Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The date is November 17, 2020. The City Council will be meeting in closed session from 4:30 to 6 p.m., at which time the regular scheduled meeting will begin. There will be no appointment items, my understanding is, for this evening, and a few items have been removed from the agenda. We'll take the roll call first, and then we'll inform the public about the items that have been removed. The roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilman McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perlo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Present.
Mayor, the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, November the 5th, and we do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And we'll have the city attorney read the closed session items, please. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The council will recess tonight to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. Based on existing fact and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city in one potential case regarding retail cannabis permits.
Okay, and that is it, Mr. Fisher?
Correct.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, it doesn't appear that we have any speakers for the closed session items.
Correct.
Okay, the City Council will now meet in closed session, and to the City Manager, could we discuss very quickly that it's the appointment items that are being removed? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. All the appointment items have been pulled off the agenda tonight.
Okay, very well. So just very quickly for the public, it's items 1 through 3, D 1 through 3, that were scheduled for 5 p.m. All of those items are going to be removed from tonight's agenda. So the City Council will now recess to closed session. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The date is November 17th, 2020. City Council just emerged from closed session and will have the city attorney make any announcements if necessary. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session and considered the item listed on the agenda, and there's no action to report.
Thank you very much. And we do have, just to mention to members of the public, of course, the items that were pulled from the agenda, which were under the appointment items. There are 3 items there. Those will be scheduled for a later date. And before we rise for a pledge to the nation, we'll have in our thoughts and prayers a former city employee who worked for the city of Oxnard for 27 years and 10 months, and that is Terrell Harrison Sr., who is the father of Terrell Harrison Jr., who obviously is a city employee and the head of the Parks and Recreation Department. So we'll have the Harrison family in our thoughts and prayers this evening with a very special intention. And we'll also rise now for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll have Councilman McDonald lead us in the pledge, please. All rise.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I hit the wrong button. I thought I was getting through.
That's okay. We'll have you say the pledge next time. That's fine. And be seated, please. And so now we'll move on the agenda past the items, which were item D1 through 3, which were removed from the agenda. And now we'll go to the city clerk as a quick, we'll actually take the roll again. Madam City Clerk, could we take the roll again, and you might have additional comments?
Councilwoman Basua,
here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilman McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perello,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
I'm here.
Mayor Flynn.
Present.
And this is a housing meeting, so I don't see that the 2 housing commissioners are on with us yet. But pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to public comments on items not on the agenda, which is item F. And at this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Based on the number of speaker requests submitted, the presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter times may be established as deemed necessary. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. We do have a number of speakers, and I'll call them in the order in which their speaker requests were submitted. I will read the whole list so everyone knows when they will be called up. James Aragon, Lorraine Efris, Walter Snyder, Ray Blattell, Lucy Cartagena, and Larry Barbering. We'll go 3 minutes per speaker. To James Aragon, to be followed by Lorraine Efris, please.
Hi, James. You have 3 minutes for items not on the agenda. Please begin now.
Thanks.
Wow, one hour and nothing to report. Very disappointed. You know, I like gossip. All right. Hey, so I appreciate everybody tonight. Thank you for your service and as councilman and city leadership. One of the interesting items brought up time and again during this past election was whether it was a good idea to elect the city treasurer. Whether it was on Oxnard Live with Mr. Chavez or during the forum put on by the Interneighborhood Council organization or the forum sponsored by the Ventura County League of Women Voters. The common refrain was Oxnard residents could not be trusted to not elect an 18-year-old who could not even balance a checkbook. This was an argument really against Measure L, and it prevailed. But after over that time, since the first time I was asked the question, I had done research and reading the statute, state constitution, Googling case law, since I don't actually have access to any sort of legal databases like Westlaw, searching for California Attorney General opinions. I did not find this to be a problem without a solution. It seemed to many believe the solution is to make the city treasurer an appointed position that falls directly under the city council or city manager. I find this problematic, and this would eliminate the check and balance of having an independently elected treasurer. For that matter, I feel the same way about the city clerk position. Despite the excellent Michelle Cinchon's opinion, both the city treasurer and city clerk are technocratic in nature and have a direct obligation to residents separate from policymaking. They should be independent from the influence of city council under a city manager. There seems to be another solution. In no way did I find that an 18-year-old has been granted a positive right to run for any office, neither in the statute, case law, or AG opinion. While minimum age has been directly defined for such offices as governor, statutes related to municipal elections only state that the person must live in the relevant district and be registered to vote. The statute reads that a person is not eligible to hold office as council member, city clerk, or city treasurer unless he or she is at the time of assuming the office an elector of the city and was a registered voter of the city at the time nomination papers were issued. It does not read as a person is eligible if. Nowhere have we found a positive right to run for office at 18. The statute reads as a disqualifying clause as opposed to a qualifying clause. I did request assistance from the city attorney office to shed light on what I was missing. They never got back to me. While I think an 18-year-old who happens to be a financial genius would be fine, why not put before the voters
30
a measure
seconds.
that would establish minimum experience or capability requirements? There are a lot of ways to approach such requirement. And if it really is a concern, then I would urge the city council to put such a measure on the next ballot. Of course, unless I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. But again, I did a lot of reading, a lot of research, and I didn't see any positive rights for an 18-year-old to run for office. Anyhow, thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Lorraine Efforts, to be followed by Walter Snyder, please.
Okay, it doesn't look like she's picking up.
Okay, very well. If she were to contact you again, we'll go back to her. I know we've had problems in the past with that particular
Okay.
number. Next speaker is Walter Snyder, to be followed by Ray Blattel, please.
Hi, Walter, you have 3 minutes to address the council on items not
I
on the
also
agenda.
asked 1 minute. I want to stop and let Mr. Flynn to reply to my my comment. Okay, after 1 minute.
Mr. Snyder?
My
Yeah.
name is Walter Snyder.
Sure.
I'm going to address the thing about the police department that they illegally towed my car away. Last time I spoke, nobody got back with me. So I'm basically on Gibraltar. I park on the street because someone had my parking space where I live at, and less than 3 or 4 hours, the people who my car was parked in front called their Mexican police friend up there at the city, and they towed my car away and didn't give me no notice. That violation due process of law. I spoke about this the last time we were on the phone, and plus I wrote a complaint several times. And I think one of the city council were able to see me, and the other city council refused to see me. So I'm asking for $3,500 for illegal towing my car away. I hope I don't have to go to small claim court to get the justice. And I like to stop the clock right now and let the mayor address that, because last time I was online, somebody hung up and nobody physical got back with me on that. And I wrote several letters, and the police in Oxnard not responding. And then 2 years later, that someone shot my car with a 9mm on the same street on the other side of Gibraltar. So the people think they own the street over there on Gibraltar. So I think it's right for y'all to pay for my car, because y'all illegally towed my car, and the other car was shot up with a 9mm several years later. So I'm going to postpone. I'm going to I'm asking you to stop the clock and let Mr. Flynn address this, because last time they just hung up on me.
Okay, let me just say, I'm not allowed to.
Stop the clock.
engage
Okay,
in
let me continue. Let me
conversation with-
continue. Okay, let me continue then. Okay.
Go ahead.
Also, the senior citizen had a problem with the housing over here, because people are afraid that if people come in inspecting the house and they getting sick, they're not wearing masks, and also they have what they call suspended. HUD has suspended all the inspection due to the COVID, and also the governor have a stay home order, and also the county have not gave
30 seconds.
have not given the housing organization to do an inspection, because they have not submitted proper paperwork to come out and do an inspection. And third, the governor stated that it's not an essential business, and they will have to go through the county and file a proper paper, and they have not done that. And they coming into these senior citizen apartment and they're getting sick, and they're not tested for that COVID virus, and people refuse to let them come into the houses, and they terminating their house.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Can you call me and get back with me
yes,
on these issues?
Mr. Snyder.
Yeah.
I will, Mr. Snyder. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your call. The next speaker, Ray Blattel, to be followed by Lucy Cartagena, please.
Hi, Ray. You have
Hello?
3 minutes. Please begin now.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor and council members, at the 6th October meeting, the Public Works proposed and the City Council approved a modification to the city's truck route. Vineyard Avenue from the 101 freeway to Oxnard Boulevard was removed from the truck route, as was Oxnard Boulevard from the 101 freeway to Vineyard Avenue. My question is, if this proposed modification was already pre-coordinated with Caltrans, why do you again have to submit to them for approval? And when will this new truck traffic prohibition be effective? Perhaps if a staff member is there, you can answer the questions tonight. As mentioned at the same meeting, I had recommended that the city's goal should be to slowly wean semis trucks off of our city streets altogether. This would help with smooth and efficient traffic flow, especially in the crowded downtown area, and prevent further damage to our streets from heavily loaded trucks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me just lost this just here temporarily. Okay. And the very next speaker is Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by the last speaker, Larry Barberine, please.
Okay, it went to voicemail.
Very well, and let's go to the next speaker, Larry Barbering, please.
Hi, Larry. You have 3 minutes for items not on the agenda. Please begin.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And I encourage a reading of the short Mayflower Compact. It's been 400 years this year. It's an excellent, inspiring document there. Wanted to say, first of all, congratulations, and we'll definitely miss our police chief, Scott Whitney, Sierra Linda's own. Thank you for your work for years, and congratulations to the chief-to-be Benitez. Want to say also, if I haven't already, to Clerk Michelle, congratulate her and thank her for her work, and look forward to more great things there as a deputy county clerk. Want to congratulate I'm congratulating the winners and all the candidates who ran the election. And Mayor Pro Tem, congratulations to you, and congratulations to the mayor on a good race for supervisor there. And I'll be looking forward to watching you and in North Oxnard here, we have Supervisor-elect Levere to see how he does. Also, I'm not happy about the sales tax passing, the hike passing, but I'm glad that councilman for District 1 particularly, although he was very much for it, he will be a watchdog for that. I look for him and others to be a watchdog for how that money is spent. So I appreciate that he's there for that. Also too, I want to congratulate our county district attorney who will be retiring as well, Greg Totten, humble, great district attorney, and we owe him a debt of thanks in our city because he helped to root out that corruption we had in the city, and he did that admirably, and he's made our city better as well as the county, and he'll be working with the California District Attorneys Association. So, and let's see, I wanted to mention real quick, this is probably not a problem at all, but I just wonder, as I see that big crane that's over Oxnard Boulevard and Wagon Wheel, the apartments over there, do we have somebody regularly in the city that independently, makes sure that's safe and all that? I take it we do, but I just was curious as I've been seeing that crane hanging over Oxnard Boulevard. I believe that
30
happens
seconds.
in all cities. People, the city watches for that. So, and also let me bring up again, Mr. Lambert had this in his portfolio before he left, but is somebody watching out and making sure we have the opportunity zones thriving here in the city from the federal legislation? So thank you much.
Thank you very much. And that, Madam City Clerk, concludes the speakers for items not on the agenda. Is that correct?
Correct, and I didn't hear back from the ones that were missed.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll go on to the next item on the agenda, and that is under item G, the report of the city manager. And item 1, subject COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Services. And Mr. Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that as the slides come up, that we all have pandemic fatigue. Unfortunately, we're still in the midst of this pandemic, and I just want to be succinct about it, just to remind everyone that it's everything we're enduring is still better than death. So the state yesterday announced that basically 94% of the state's population, the majority of our counties, are moving back into the purple tier, which is the most controlled one, where there's a lot of shutting things down again. So here's a simple graphic provided by the county. I encourage everyone who's in these various businesses to read the actual guidances provided by the county's public health department to follow your rules that as they apply to your sector clearly. But there's a summary there in terms of what is now closed again and those businesses that are only allowed to operate with outdoor facilities. I know this is a hardship for many businesses, but it's an unfortunate reality. And the numbers in most of the country, unfortunately, are spiking again. So we just have to continue to endure. There is, of course, a recent state travel advisory, and it suggests that people who are either coming into California or coming back to California self-quarantine for 14 days after arrival. And the current language of the guidance is that people should do this. I would not be shocked if that were to change in the near future to shall. The current holiday guidance, again, is that given that we have holidays coming up very soon, and starting, of course, with Thanksgiving and going back to what I said earlier, this pandemic fatigue, and that we're all just really reeling from quarantining and isolating and not having social contact, especially with our friends and relatives. So health departments really want people to be extremely cautious. If you're going to gather over Thanksgiving, they have these guidelines here. A couple of key issues is to not have more than 3 households gathering. So households mean physical households. So if your grandparents are coming over, or your aunts or uncles or your cousins, that counts as a household. That doesn't count as one household, even though it's one family. Very strong suggestion that you do it outdoors if you're able to. And you can see the rest of it there. Don't attend gatherings if any of you actually are feeling sick or are in a high risk group. They still recommend that you practice physical distancing and washing your hands often, even during your holiday gathering. Wear a face mask as often as you can. Obviously not while you're eating. And also keep the gatherings brief. Keep them short, and avoid singing, shouting, and chanting, as that helps to spread the virus. I know this is very difficult, especially after the year that we've been through and going into the holiday season, but we, of course, have to encourage everyone to do our best to follow these guidelines. And also another important reminder, these practices that we've been encouraging and able to follow as much as possible from the beginning are still the principal ways to prevent the spread of the virus and to prevent the continued infections. Please wear a mask. Please keep physical distancing of at least 6 feet. And please remember to wash your hands correctly as often as you can throughout the day. These very, very basic practices are still considered the most effective ways to mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. With that, I also want to give one brief update. As I've been speaking throughout this pandemic, one of the key things that we need to do as your public servants in this community is to continue the delivery of essential services. And I've had a concern, whether it be among public safety or men and women who work in the environmental services that handle our garbage and collection and sorting, that we keep our people safe. We've done overall a very good job. I just want to give one update right now, and that's among our police staffing. Since the beginning of this pandemic, we've unfortunately had 39 of our officers been in situations where they were exposed. That's actually a good statistic given the number of interactions that our officers have with the public every single day and night. And so far, we've had 11 test positive. My concern, of course, as I've stated before, is if we get more than a certain amount in terms of the staff that we have on hand, it will be very, very difficult for us to backfill. But we are doing a good job of keeping everyone safe. But I wanted to provide that brief reality check in terms of the city staffing. We have a bit of good news among all this. We know that our current police chief, Scott Whitney, announced his retirement recently, and I'm very pleased to announce, and we did it on yesterday, that Assistant Chief of Police Jason Benitez is being named our next police chief for the Oxnard community. That will be effective on December 29th. We will have a ceremonial item before the council in early January. And that concludes my updates, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to, let me just double check here. Madam City Clerk, do we have, I just lost my speaker list. Do we have any speakers on? No, we don't. Okay, that's good. Why don't we go to individual council members now, and we'll start with Council Member Lopez with Council Member Business. Council Member Lopez, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And following up with our city manager's report, I'm not sure if I missed just a reminder to all our residents about the availability of getting tested for COVID, and and also encourage everyone who can to participate in the antibody testing that is being organized under our fire department and supported by Assemblymember Jackie Irwin, and just reiterate those precautions that we should all be having out there to be safe out there, and to thank everyone, especially our city staff, for your continued work in all our departments to keep our city running, to keep services available to residents, and really appreciate everyone's work. And I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perello, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the public comments. I want to also wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving season's greetings. Please be responsible with your own safety and the safety of others with respect to the health guidelines. This is serious business, ladies and gentlemen, very serious business. One specific comment. There was a question asked about the crane that is operating in the wagon wheel area. I hope that we can get somebody from Public Works or the fire or police department, whichever one that would address that, because it is a question, I believe, that they are operating safely and it's checked, but we have had industrial accidents, and we did have a concrete slab that was being raised and it fell on an individual, killing them in the industrial area of our city a couple of years, I believe it's less than 2 years back. So things do happen, and I appreciate the individual bringing that up. I want to express my condolences to Terrell Harris and his family. I'm sorry. And again, best wishes for everyone at Thanksgiving. Take care of yourself and don't risk your health or others. And if you see other people doing it, get away from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just echo all the comments that have been said by my peers to this point.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I also want to express my condolences to Terrell Harrison and his family on the loss of his father. And also wish our current Chief of Police, Scott Whitney, all the best and thank him for his years of service to our city. Our city stands very tall among other agencies in terms of its reputation in the community, and other police agencies would do well to try to emulate what has happened here under his leadership. And of course, we have our incoming chief, Jason Benitez, always has really been there for the community and will continue to do it. So I congratulate him on his upcoming selection, or his taking that terrific, important job. I'm very pleased to see that Measure E did win. I know not everybody's happy with paying more, but our city is in great need of it. So I appreciate that the voters chose Measure E. About the COVID, it is surging all over our country. Our county's gone back to purple tier, which means some activities have to stop. At the same time, please patronize our local businesses safely. Please wear your mask. Please get tested. I got tested recently. It is painless and it's free. Other counties don't have that available. So I really appreciate that our county public health has made getting tested for the virus free. You don't even have to have symptoms. Just go, show up, and you get your results in about 24 to 48 hours. The reason we have to wear a mask, and there's not going to be anybody out there arresting people or citing people, is that we want to protect our families and other people. It's a sign that you care about other people, and very egotistical, in my opinion, not to wear a mask unless you have some sort of disability that it doesn't work for you to wear a mask. I know of healthcare workers in our county who are very concerned about a surge coming. They're exhausted already. And all over the country, our healthcare workers are in very desperate situation to catch a break. And if we don't do our part, they won't catch a break. So that's all I'll say. And everybody have a safe Thanksgiving, and don't endanger your own life or the lives of your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go ahead and thank city staff. There has been a lot of street paving and sidewalk repairs going on in District 5 at this time, really early in the morning, and I appreciate all their hard work. I also want to say congratulations to Chief Whitney on his retirement, very well deserved, and congratulations to incoming Chief Benitez. My condolences to the Harrison family. And I also want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and please stay safe, and hope you all eat a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councilman Matigal.
Thank you. First, my condolences to the Harrison family. I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Harrison once, it was last year. A great man, from the 10-15-minute conversation I had with him. Congratulations to Chief Whitney. Please enjoy retirement. I know that you'll keep busy, so I know it will be very short-lived. My 100% behind Chief Benitez as he enters a new role. I know he'll do a great job. Everyone, please go out and enjoy your Thanksgiving. Please be careful. Numbers are increasing, and something like this, the numbers will continue to increase if we do not take care of ourselves. This is going to be a community effort, and it's going to take all of us to get something done, but we all must lead by example. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think given the comments by members of the council and the city manager, I think we first and foremost have a lot to be thankful for. And that really is the true focus of Thanksgiving. Giving thanks and also being thankful. And I think we need to, as long as we stay focused on that, it puts everything in perspective. I want to congratulate first and foremost all the winners of the most recent elections, including my distinguished colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez for County Supervisor. She'll do an excellent job, and I support her 100%. And she knows that, and the public should know that. And it was a good, very positive experience, and I'm only more encouraged. I'd like to say quickly that the city select Assistant Chief Jason Benitez as the police chief. And I want to say, first and foremost, it was an excellent choice, and he's going to be an excellent chief of police. And it's big shoes to fill for Chief Whitney. Chief Whitney has guided us through some of the most difficult moments in the city's history. Our whole council, our whole city government, I think the people of Oxnard are greatly indebted to him. And I know that as an assistant chief, he worked very closely with Chief Whitney and with his own individual talents and with the leadership of Chief Whitney and what he's done for the department. He's going to do an outstanding job in this city to make sure that every man, woman, and child is kept safe in the city of Oxnard. And I also would like to say that obviously, anytime that an assistant chief is promoted to the chief of police, assistant chiefs, we have an outstanding assistant chief, Eric Zonstagard. And I know it's a difficult decision when the city manager makes a choice amongst those assistant chiefs, but Chief Zonstagard is continued to serve in a proactive way. I've enjoyed working with him. I've worked with him personally, as I have with Assistant Chief and future Chief Benitez. So these three men owe a great deal. We owe them a great deal of thanks, and we're looking forward to their leadership continuing to protect the people of Oxnard. And I'll end by saying that I always look forward to Veterans Day, and I'm looking forward next year to resuming our Veterans Day celebration and our tribute to the men and women that have served this great nation of ours. Next year will be an even grander celebration, and hopefully we'll all be healthy and the pandemic will be behind us. So happy Thanksgiving to my colleagues. And there's a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be hopeful for, and it's very encouraging. So thank you. And so now, with that being said, we're going to go to the information consent agenda, which is item K on the City Council agenda. And what we'll do is we'll ask individual members of the council if they would like items pulled for discussion. And let's see here if I have, let me just go ahead and go through the line. Councilman Madrigal, do you have anything that you'd like pulled for discussion?
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Basua.
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, thank you.
Councilman McDonald.
No.
Councilman Pro.
I'd just like to make a comment on K3 and K10.
And finally, Council Member Lopez.
No.
Councilman Perillo, K3, please.
K3, this is the item that has been a long process with the city of Oxnard, but I'd like to remember all those that have been involved. This was passed unanimously by the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the Coastal Commission. And I believe it will be improvement and a step forward in our city. On K10, I would like to thank the Harbor Island Homeowners Association for the donation that they made and the individuals, Jerry Cooper and Adam Smith, involved in working this out. This has to do with paying for a share of the water issue in the Channel Islands Harbor. And there was a requirement that they needed to come up with some money, and they made a donation. In the K3, I want to thank the planning and the attorney's offices for all the work that they've extended, and the rest of the council on this matter. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And K10, did you?
I covered
Okay.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. All right. All right. Any other members, comments by members of the council? I'm sorry about that, Councilman Pro. All right. All right. We do have a number of speakers, and I'm going to go ahead and right now I'll list the names that of the speakers in the order in which their speaker cards were submitted. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we'll start. I'll read those names now. Donna Lacayo, James Aragon, Dan Paragallo, Pat Brown, Walter Hagedorn, Michael Hoch, Marcy Hoch, Rob Xylem, Alfred English, Angela Slapp, Robert Murphy, and Diane Delaney. So we'll start with Donna Lacayo to be followed by James Aragon, please.
Hi, Donna. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Flynn, council members. My name is Donna Lacayo. I'm the Chief Commercial and Public Affairs Officer at the Port of Hueneme. Thank you, council members, for the support of the approval of the amendment of the designated heavyweight corridor in order to connect cargo moving to and from the port to our important customers, Chiquita Fresh and the cold storage logistics provider, Lineage Logistics. Both of the customers will really appreciate to be able to have this designation so they can move cargo and support further business opportunities for them, which will in turn spur the economic development in the city of Oxnard. We're very proud to call Chiquita our customer and a friendly Oxnard-based business partner. Core to their corporate ethic, they're a company that embraces strong environmental and community-based initiatives, including plugging in their vessels at berth and donating millions of bananas to Food Share to distribute to families in need. The heavyweight corridor designation will become very important to their ability to move cargo, and they're generating directly and indirect employment for more than 100 people in the city of Oxnard, and also moving over 300,000 metric tons of bananas and fresh fruit annually to their distribution center here in Oxnard. Lineage Logistics is located immediately next to Chiquita on 3rd Street, and amongst their largest customers are the local strawberry growers. Lineage is also connected to the rail spur into their facility, and they also support 50 full-time jobs with benefits at their Oxnard facility. They're working on utilizing the rail spur to grow exports through the Port of Hueneme, and the heavyweight corridor will allow them to transport the cargo to and from the port safely after acquiring the permits to do so from the city of Oxnard. Thank you for your consideration, your support, and happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, James Aragon, to be followed by Dan Paragallo, please.
Hi, James. 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you very much. My first comment is on K3 regarding the short-term rentals. This is an unfortunate regulation as intentionally causing harm to those who will be excluded from obtaining a permit. It's too bad that members of City Council, like CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, are not liable for their bad decisions. I say that because city residents may very well have to absorb the cost of defending this mistake. Instead of strengthening nuisance codes that are constitutionally neutral, you're taking a shortcut over the Constitution. By passing this, you're creating two classes of residents. Some will be able to have unlimited guests at their home, like myself. Others will be limited to 10. Some can spread their visitors out across their 5 bedrooms, like my own home. Others will be limited to sharing just 2 bedrooms. So some will enjoy their constitutional right to assemblies. Others will not. This is an actual argument and case now. Humorously, some residents will be able to have no parking spaces. Others will be required to have 3. Now, the real violation, though, is the 100-day limit on occupancy that sits in opposition to what the Supreme Court had to say in 1992, Lucas versus South Carolina Coastal Council. In that case, they ruled that the prohibition of economic activity that was previously allowable stood as a violation of the Fifth Amendment takings clause. It failed what the Supreme Court calls the total takings test. Further, prohibiting activity altogether should obviously fail the same test. There's a reason the city does not just start pulling alcohol licenses to reduce the number in the city, even though that would be a very popular thing to do, especially in the South Side, given recent testimony by that about South Side residents. South Carolina had to compensate the landowner to the tune of $850,000 who was harmed economically. Is the city council prepared to compensate homeowners who currently operate STRs but will be prohibited from obtaining a license? There are other solutions to the concerns raised, which really amount to concerns around noise and trash. Offer the area enhanced policing, properly fund the police, require adequate trash bins or alternate methods of disposal. Violating the constitutionally rooted ideas in private property is not the correct course. But we shall see if the affected decide to sue. We'll see whether or not it is constitutional law. I got 45 seconds, I believe. The other one is K9. It's a little lighter. deals with you, Mr. Perillo. I had spoken on the matter around EagleView software during the committee. My curiosity was on how water needs would be calculated, given some backyards like mine are green, but others like my neighbors are concrete. Mr. Perillo raised a concern that maybe my neighbors were criminals, not adhering to some requirement for backyards to absorb rainwater. He'd be happy to know that I did speak with code enforcement. He did give me a contact, which I do appreciate, over email. And they just said that no, there is no such requirement. Drainage doesn't have to do with whether or not there's concrete for residential homes. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Dan Piragallo, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Hi, Dan, you have 3 minutes. Please begin now.
Thank you. I'll be restating my October comments regarding the amendment of the designated heavy container corridor. Good evening. My name is Dan Paragallo, and I am the local sales manager for Lineage Logistics. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Lineage Logistics, who is in favor of the overweight corridor extension of 3rd Street. The 3 minutes allotted for me to speak today is almost the amount of time it would take an overweight truck to leave our property and make its way to the existing corridor just 1.8 miles away. Lineage Logistics has the largest network of temperature-controlled warehouses in the world. The Lineage purpose is to transform the food supply chain, to eliminate waste, and to help feed the world. Since its construction, our facility has supported the local strawberry harvest and currently employs close to 50 full-time team members. Over the last few years, the declining number of freezer-grade berries grown locally and weaker squid catches has caused Lineage financial difficulties. Therefore, we wish to expand our capabilities in Oxnard. Being added to the overweight corridor would enable Lineage to incorporate exports and drive more volume through the port. The exporting side of our business is labor intensive due to the strict standards put in place by the United States Department of Agriculture. These standards set forth by the USDA ensure food safety, and Lineage will need to hire more employees to meet them. We already have several customers on site who currently need to transport their product down to the Port of Long Beach for export, and several other potential customers who we have turned away because of our lack of access to the heavy corridor. According to Datamine, a database of import and export trade, there have been over 70,000 20-foot equivalent units of refrigerated containers imported through Port Hueneme this year. However, there have been less than 2,000 being exported. To be clear, that is a difference of 68,000 20-foot equivalent units of refrigerated cargo this year. If given the opportunity, Lineage can do its part to contribute by tapping into its vast customer network, which fills over 270 cold storage facilities worldwide. And we look forward to working with the port to help make this happen. If successful, this will help to bring more business to Oxnard and stimulate the local economy. Thank you again for allowing me to speak on behalf of Lineage Logistics and the 3rd Street expansion of the designated overweight corridor.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Pat Brown, to be followed by Walter Hagedorn, please.
Hi, Pat, 3 minutes. Please begin.
Yes, I want to speak on K13. Okay, K13 has the heavy container vehicles, the oversized vehicles on Oxnard Boulevard, on 5th Street, on Rose. They're pretty much everywhere where they should be. I think this is really simple. What it needs to be is no trucks from the freeway south to the Woolley Road of 5 Points intersection. In between the Woolley Road and the freeway, no trucks on Oxnard Boulevard, period. None of the great big ones. Second, on 7th Street in downtown Oxnard, off of Oxnard Boulevard, no trucks. So they can't enter their work area from 7th Street on Oxnard Boulevard. They've got to stay off of Oxnard Boulevard, and that means also off of 7th Street, east side of Oxnard Boulevard. And besides that, we have apartments and condos in there, and with little kids and whatnot, and this is very, very dangerous. The third place is on 5th Street, west of the railroad tracks in the downtown area. The tracks are east of Oxnard Boulevard, and I would say about a block and a half. No trucks pass there coming westbound on 5th Street, so they can't get onto Oxnard Boulevard that way and go up and down Oxnard Boulevard. So they can go on Woolley Road as long as they stay off of the downtown area on Oxnard Boulevard from going south and east and west on Woolley Road and on Oxnard Boulevard, but not north of the 5 Points intersection. I think this is really simple. All your descriptions seem to be very complicated. I've heard a lot of people don't want the trucks on Rose Avenue anywhere, period. And they want them all to come in and out on Rice Avenue or Del Norte, someplace there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Walter Hagedorn, to be followed by Michael Hoch, please.
Hello.
Hi, Walter. 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Well, this is Walter Hagedorn, Chairman of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I would like to thank the city for its work on completing the short-term rental ordinance and encourage unanimous approval of the Coastal Commission changes. The residents of Oxnard Shores have suffered with the uncontrolled growth of short-term rentals and are hopeful that the new restrictions will be effective, but the implementation and enforcement will be of utmost importance. The process to craft this ordinance has lasted over 4 years, during which time short-term vacation rentals have illegally operated without any limitation or penalties. The effect on our neighborhood was most obvious during the COVID-19 pandemic, when other venues were closed or restricted. The STRs in Oxnard Shores operated illegally without regard for the health or safety of the community. We now have to wonder how they will operate during the upcoming holidays and if they will become super spreader events. That being said, this is a good ordinance, one that the city can be proud of. It is a major accomplishment, and as Councilman Perillo pointed out, it passed the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the Coast Commission unanimously. The Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council is looking forward to working with the city to make this compromise work for all parties. Thank you.
I'll move on to Michael Hoch.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael. 3 minutes. Please begin.
Hello, this is Michael Hoch, and I'm calling regarding the STR ordinance that is going to be reread today. And there is one major flaw that is greatly concerning to a number of residents, and that has to do with the grandfather clause. We own a home on Amalfi Way in Oxnard Shores. We've rented our house out responsibly for 8 years as a short-term rental. We've never had any issues or any complaints. We rent it ourselves, we manage it ourselves, But there is a grandfather clause, which we feel we do need a grandfather clause. But the problem with it is that it's tied to a transient occupancy tax. And in subsection C number 2, it states the following. It says, if the owners of an existing short-term rental property consistently pay transient occupancy tax to the city pursuant to section 13 through 15, starting on or before January 1st, 2019. The problem and the flaw with this portion of the ordinance is that there is no provision in section 13 through 15 of the city code for a short-term rental to pay a transient occupancy tax. In section 13 through 15, it states that only hotels, timeshares, or campsites are to pay a transient occupancy tax. So it is completely unfair to tie the payment of a tax that was never due to obtaining a grandfathered provision to get a permit, such that affects us and many others of our neighbors that are also trying to get this permit that never paid a transient occupancy tax because per the code, we were never required to. Yet we always operated in good faith. We feel that this portion should be taken out. The California Coastal Commission wouldn't have a problem with this. And we would be completely fine with just taking that section out and leaving that if we operated before January 1st, 2019. By leaving this in there, it leaves a lot of uncertainty if we'll be able to receive a permit, when we'll be able to receive one, and what do we do with our renters that are renting our home in January or in February? What are we supposed to do? There's no grace period.
30 seconds.
And permits won't be issued, it looks like, until March. So does that mean that no one could rent a house in Oxnard in January and February? I have great concerns about the grandfathering clause and feel that this important issue right here needs to be adjusted and hope that the council will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, sorry about this, is, I believe, Michelle Hope.
Marcy Hope.
Marcy Hope, to be followed by Rob Xylon, please.
Okay, it went to voicemail.
Okay, why don't we go to the next speaker, Rob Xylon, to be followed by Alfred English.
Hi, Rob. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm calling about the new short-term. I'm calling about the short-term rental ordinance, and I have some concerns with that. For example, there is a geographic exclusion zone of 200 feet from each rental home, and for some reason, I don't see any motivation, any reason to have this. There's really no explanation why this came in. Another problem I have is the rental day limitation. It's limited to 100 days per home. And again, I don't see why this came in because if a home has a permit and they're maintained well and managed well without complaint, why would a 100-day limitation be there? It doesn't make any sense. It seems like these limitations and restrictions are intended to restrict home rentals in the community. And then next is the community development director shall have the authority to impose additional standards and conditions on STRs. This can further eliminate and drive up costs of available rentals. Therefore, again, this seems to be, together with the rest of these restrictions, simply intended to limit and restrict short-term rentals. So basically, I don't see any reason to have those restrictions, as well as the grandfathering clause doesn't make sense either, that if those who paid TOT tax a couple of years back, they would be grandfathered, but those that did not would not be. That doesn't make sense since no TOT tax was required. So that's really discriminating. The city is discriminating most rentals, in fact. Next is the permits only valid 1 year. This will give the city opportunity to basically pull a permit after 1 year or impose new unknown restrictions. And that could further restrict rentals in the community. So since the Planning Commission authored this, I assume it's Deirdre Frank in the Planning Commission that was the main author, and she was part of the Homeowner Association Board, which banned all rentals in Oxnard Shores. That rental ban was litigated, and the MSCA lost the case. So therefore, there is already prejudice in the courts that says you cannot restrict rentals in this way, in this major way that I feel this is doing.
Thank you. The next speaker, Alfred English, to be or is it Angie Slapp or Robert English? Alfred English.
Alfred is next.
Okay, Alfred, I thought so. To be followed by Angela Slapp, please.
Hi, Alfred, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Alfred English, and thanks for allowing me a chance to speak tonight. As an Oxnard homeowner, short-term rental operator, and lifelong Southern California native, I'm very worried about the short-term rental ordinance as currently written. There are two main issues, in my humble opinion, and I'd like to offer one simple solution. First, it significantly reduces access to one of the most incredible parts of California coastline. I think the council would agree that the roughly 3-mile stretch of beach in the coastal zone is a true treasure, not just for the city of Oxnard, but for California and the country as a whole. The short-term rental ordinance would impose aggressive restrictions on lodging in this amazing area. The result of the 10% cap on permits and 100-yard buffer zone would dramatically cut beachfront rentals along 2/3 of the coastal zone, taking short-term rental options in the area from around 16 to around 10, and over a 30% reduction. The limit of 100 days further limits lodging capacity to the point of extreme scarcity. Naturally, this creates elevated pricing for lodging options, and low and middle income families and individuals from Oxnard and elsewhere will be effectively priced out of overnight experiences in the beach at Oxnard. Going to the beach is already expensive enough as it is. I'm sure everybody knows that, and this ordinance will make it even more of an experience for just a privileged few. Two, the ordinance is a solution to an increasingly outdated problem. The short-term rental industry has been evolving rapidly with the rise of Airbnb, and much has changed since 2016 when efforts began for this ordinance. There were growing pains for Airbnb and a lot of deserved criticism for their leniency regarding partying. There were simply a lot of people using Airbnb to host parties, and here in Oxnard, it was no exception. However, Airbnb has matured and it is actively attacking its party house problem. Currently, there is a hard ban on any parties or events at Airbnb-listed properties. This was put into place prior to the pandemic in 2019. And this year, they have introduced a number of even more stringent measures, policies, and technologies, including AI technology, flagging potential party house renters to help stomp out the rowdier side of short-term rentals. This goes along with dramatically increased surveillance technology that allows vacation rental owners to much more effectively monitor and enforce the no-party rules. So the drastic regulations of the STR ordinance being proposed simply don't make nearly as much sense as they did 4 years ago, and are likely to look increasingly out of touch as Airbnb and the rest of the STR industry matures and tackles the misuse of properties. Lastly, my simple solution, and I don't speak for all of us, I can't say I speak for all of us, but just tax us. I can't see why the city wouldn't welcome the significant source of revenue to cover their shortfall, but I, for one, am happy to pay higher taxes so long as I'm allowed to rent my house to those lucky and hopefully not few explorers discovering the magic of Oxnard shores. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the very next speaker is Angela Slapp, to be followed by Robert Murphy, please.
Hi, Angela. 3 minutes. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My comments are regarding the local coastal plan amendment. I strongly support this local coastal plan amendment. We have needed it for a long time. SDR owners for years have ignored and refused to deal with the problems and nuisances created by these commercial businesses in our residential neighborhoods. The city has been very generous to the SDR owners with the grandfathering clause. Please ensure that only those that paid TOT prior to 2019 be allowed to be grandfathered, and that all other rules be strictly enforced. We desperately need rules. We need the separations and we need limits. If the STR owners want to run commercial businesses without rules, then they need to take their mini hotels and go to a commercial zone. After all, the Coastal Commission has said this is not about giving out financial incentive to STR owners to operate unlimited de facto hotels in residential zones. It's been over 4 long years. Time to put this into effect. I want to thank you for all your efforts and for coming to this great compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see here, sorry. The next speaker, Robert Murphy, to be followed by Diane Delaney, please.
Hi, Robert. 3
Hello.
minutes. Hi, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Hi, good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, we're good. Listen, I'm on the neighborhood council, and we've worked on this SCR issue for over 4 years with the city to come to a compromise. And we're committed to working with the city in the future. We're not going away. I'm a resident and I'm a voter here and have been for a long time. At the last meeting, I heard some STR owners complain that the ordinance would put them out of business. But they forget these are single family resident neighborhoods. We're residentially zoned. And some STR owners have been running elaborate commercial businesses. The original intent of STRs was to aid people who needed to make some extra money to stay in their homes. But making a business out of it and affecting us residents was not the original purpose, and it should not be. The worst offenders next to me were not some desperate, suffering people The couple who owned the house and just sold it recently were the producers of Saving Private Ryan, the movie. They're not suffering widows and orphans. Trust me. And the Coastal Commission was clear that stating they did not want to give financial incentives to operate these kind of hotels in residential zones, especially when they affect us local residents. Anyhow, that's all I got to say, except one thing, finally. It's going to be interesting to see that the state just made more restrictive their COVID regulations, because and now we have these upcoming holidays. Residents are supposed to be listed to 10 people. Well, I want to see how many STR peoples will obey this, because they don't ever do it down here on the beach where we live. They're super
30
spreaders,
seconds.
and they bring it into our neighborhood. So I don't know how you guys can direct your staff to deal with it unless the police department has to take their valuable time to deal with these out-of-town people partying. I just don't know what to tell you to do, but be aware of it. They could bring super spreading into our neighborhoods and into our city. So let's get this amendment passed. Okay? Thanks very much for your listening. I do appreciate you.
I'll go on to Diane Delaney, and then Marcy Hoke did contact me, so we'll come back to her after Diane.
Thank you. My thing was muted here. Thank you.
Hi,
Michelle.
Diane. Hi, you have 3
Hi.
minutes. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. I support the LCPA and STR ordinance. This is the best compromise dealing with the obvious nuisances that have been documented really not just locally, but worldwide. The STR owners have refused to acknowledge and deal with these nuisances and just want to continue with unlimited STRs because it makes them money and completely ignores the impacts to homeowners. Remember, both the Coastal Commission and our Planning Commission found that 100 days max was a fair compromise. Coastal Commissioner and Chair Steve Padilla stated, reducing maximum STR rental days to 100 days removes the risk, the unintended consequence that you fundamentally have folks with an economic incentive to begin to operate bed and breakfast and de facto hotels in residential zones. The Commission ultimately approved 100 days at that Del Mar hearing, making it clear they do not want unlimited STRs and prefer to find a balance that does not destroy the character of single-family neighborhoods. If the STR owners are unhappy with the ordinance and want to conduct unlimited commercial enterprises, they should do so in a commercial zone. The people who complained about the grandfathering clause are owners of multiple STRs in our county and other counties. They are savvy investors who know the risk involved in purchasing real estate. There are letters on record from their neighbors who complained about that particular property. As a reminder, these are commercial operations in residential zones. They have never had the right to operate those illegal activities. Grandfathering was part of a very nice compromise that worked out for some STR owners, but it was not a requirement. STR owners have been allowed to operate their illegal commercial operations without penalty for far too long. Negotiations are well over. Let's please get this ordinance done and start enforcement, and hopefully let's start enforcement prior to the holidays, because there is a fear of with the COVID spreading all over the place now, that people are going to bring it into our neighborhood, into our city. I really thank all of you. It's been a long over 4 years that we've been working on this.
30 seconds.
And I'm sure you guys are all sick of hearing about it. But thank you so much for taking it so seriously. And thank you. That's all I have to say. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on the information consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem.
We're going to go back to Marcy Hoke.
Oh, okay. And then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem afterwards. Thank you very much.
Hi, Marcy.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Marcy, and we have a home in Oxnard Shores, and I attended a city meeting in November 2019 in which Councilman Pirelli said that the TOT was not a requirement for a short-term rental to pay, and that the city of Oxnard would figure out how they wanted to proceed to collect a true SDR tax, which we supported. Now we're told that this TOT is what the grandfather requirement is being based on, effective date of January 2019. That's 11 months before the meeting I just referenced. The legal basis for this grandfather clause is unlawful, yet now that dictates your eligibility for the grandfather clause? This is completely contradictory, and it's not legally sound. This will result in lawsuits against the city for, first of all, unlawfully collecting the tax, and secondly, for tying the grandfathering to a tax that your own council said did not apply to short-term rentals. We were also promised that this process to regulate would increase much needed income to the community. Instead, you have hurt us homeowners who've been renting our homes responsibly for years, as well as all the surrounding businesses who need the business, especially right now. We were promised a fair regulation that would be beneficial. Instead, it looks like you've crafted what appears to be something that's only in the best interest of the few and the wealthy. It is on very discriminating grounds that these regulations are being crafted and adopted because it doesn't align with the intent and goals introduced to the community at the beginning of this process. I hope you'll take a pause and correct the problems here for the benefit of all, not just the few. Also, to right the legal discrepancies of grandfathering and the severe limits on the night stays as mentioned earlier, and also make this a fair and equal opportunity that promotes legal and responsible use by all. Ventura County passed a successful permit for SDRs that benefits everyone. Originally, council members in this city said that they would seriously consider emulating it. Local homeowners in Oxnard have participated with the city to craft an illegal and dishonest ordinance here to monopolize the community and keep it all to themselves. I really, really hope that you revert to your original promises to us all to make this a fair and lawful ordinance that benefits the entire community, not just these few.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on the information consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem?
Only this, just in reference to this, could we have a very brief review by staff members about how much we're hearing from people we've heard from before on both sides, and there's a request to, kind of go back and change this. And I want to know if that's even something that we could do if we wanted to. So could I have Mr. Roselle address that? If he's there.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. We are at the last chapter of this epic 4-year battle relating to SDRs. As you know, it's gone to the Planning Commission. Before that, we had numerous hearings before the City Council. It's gone to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission requested the council make 3 changes to the ordinance. That has gone back to the Planning Commission. Now it's before the council tonight. Assuming the council votes to approve these regulations, this will be considered by the Coastal Commission at its December meeting and then become effective thereafter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. What's the pleasure of the city council on the information consent agenda?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman Perillo and a second by Council Member Lopez. The vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Councilman McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. That concludes the information consent agenda. Now we'll be moving to item L under public hearings. The subject, amendments to Chapter 18, floodplain management of the Oxnard City Code. Recommendation that the City Council approve the first reading by title only of an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 18, floodplain management of the City Council Code or City Code to comply with the current California Model Floodplain Management Ordinance. This did go to the Public Works and Transportation Committee. It was approved 3-0. And this is a public hearing. So we'll ask the city clerk to provide for affidavit of publication and written communications, if any.
Mayor, Council, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Vita newspaper on November the 5th. The city clerk's office did receive one written communication, which was forwarded to you this afternoon.
Very well. Thank you very much. And now we'll have the staff make a presentation, please.
All right. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Tatiana Arno. I'm your city engineer, and I'm here to present the floodplain ordinance amendments. So the recommendation is that the city council approve the first reading by title only and subsequent adoption of an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 18 floodplain management of the Oxnard City Code to comply with the current California Model Floodplain Management Ordinance, which was approved by the Public Works and Transportation Committee 3-0. So we as a city participate in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA. As a participating community, the city is mandated to adopt and enforce ordinances to reduce the risk of flooding and meet or exceed the federal requirements. In return, FEMA makes flood insurance available to property owners throughout the city. And not to mention that we are also a community rating system Class 7 city, which means that any resident that needs flood insurance automatically receives a 15% discount, which is good, right? So the approval of these amendments will actually help us maintain that discount for our residents. So getting into a little floodplain management history as it relates to this item, back in March of 1979, we joined the National Flood Insurance Program. And on September 9th of 2008, we adopted the current floodplain management ordinance as ordinance number 2783. On September 30th of 2016, FEMA released the new preliminary flood insurance rate maps that affect the Oxnard coastline in particular. Then on May 26th of 2017, FEMA officially notified the city of those changes in the firms. And shortly thereafter, FEMA held public meetings with Oxnard residents that were affected by these changes in the maps. So later that year, on August 23rd of 2017, Oxnard held a community workshop to discuss those changes in the maps. And basically, since these meetings, the community members have been asking about the building height implications due to those changes in the maps. And basically, in a nutshell, they're losing 2 feet per floor of habitable space with the existing coastal zoning ordinance requirements. And going back into the history, on September 5th of 2017, the cities and the county sent a joint letter to FEMA with technical comments and appeals for the maps. Fast forward now to February 28th of 2019, the Oxnard Planning Division and the Public Works Department held a public meeting at the Hollywood Elementary School to discuss the changes in the preliminary maps. And that was followed by a notice that was sent to the affected property owners with the change information for those maps on April 9th. And finally, on June 30th, I received an email from FEMA indicating that the city must make revisions to sections of the floodplain management chapter by January 29th of 2021 to comply with the current California Model Floodplain Management Ordinance and remain compliant with the National Flood Insurance Program regulations. In this email, they did tell me that the city would receive an official letter regarding this request at a later date. And as anticipated from that June 30th email I received on July 29th, the city manager received the letter from FEMA stating that there were no changes made to those preliminary maps as a result of any appeals or comments sent within the appeal period, and that those maps would be effective as January 29th, 2021. They also stated that the city of Oxnard is required as a condition of continued eligibility in the National Flood Insurance Program, right? This is important, to adopt or show evidence of adoption of floodplain management regulations that meet the standards of paragraph 60.3 sections D and E of the National Flood Insurance Program regulations by January 29th, 2021. That date is very important. They have emphasized that. So to summarize, the amendments to the City Code Chapter 18, floodplain management, they relate to the addition of 2 new definitions, the modification of 5 definitions, the clarification regarding the dates of the first adoption of the flood insurance study and the flood insurance rate maps, clarification on the permit review process, clarifications regarding the freeboard requirements in Zone AO, clarification on standards for subdivisions, and finally, the addition of a regulatory floodway requirement within zones A1 through 30 and AE. So section 18-9 of the current city code, chapter 18, already includes language such that any subsequent revisions of the flood insurance study or maps are adopted by reference as the basis for establishing the areas of special flood hazard. Therefore, we aren't seeking specific approval on that. However, we are required to obtain approval of the FEMA recommended changes to the City Code Chapter 18, which will support in meeting the requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program and maintain the city's continued eligibility to participate in that program, and subsequently the community rating system for that 15% discount for our residents. The implications of the changes as they relate to development within those affected areas, now that FEMA has deemed them effective as of January of next year, such as impacts on building heights that I mentioned earlier, are being discussed with the community as well as in Housing and Economic Development Committee in the coming months. And finally, the best part of this is that there is no financial impact associated with this item. That does conclude my brief presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, what I'd like to do very quickly, we have only one public speaker. I'd like to open up the public testimony portion of this public hearing. And as I said, we have one speaker, and that's Walter Hagedorn, please.
Hi, Walter. We're on the floodplains item, and you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. The Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council did have a meeting with the staff about a month ago and had some questions, not about the FEMA regulations that you're going to approve tonight, which we have no problem with. It was just some of the wording in the ordinance that had to do with some planning standards. I was pleased that Tatiana reached out to me this afternoon and explained that we still have some time to work on those, and the Housing and Economic Development Committee will be looking at those. So at this point, I just want to thank the city for, this has been a long process for the FEMA issue also, but we just have a few minor issues, and the city has been working with the neighborhood council on that, and I wanted to thank them for that, and just say at this point, I have no other comments for the, it seems like the FEMA regulations need to go through to meet the deadline, and I want to thank the staff for working with the neighborhood council on moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with no further public speakers, I'd like to close the public testimony portion of this public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Then the public testimony portion of this public hearing is over. And I am not, members of the council, seeing the raise the hand function on my iPad here. So are there any members of the council that have questions about this? Councilman Perrello, I presume you have a question about it. I see you moving to.
Yeah. I appreciate the fact that we're dealing with this thing with FEMA. We have another area of the city of Oxnard with the SCR3 levy and FEMA in those neighborhoods, South Bank, Windsor, North, River Ridge, and Sierra Linda, greatly concerned, and also the neighborhood in SCR1 with River Park. But this is a area where it has been an issue, and I agree that I am grateful for the speaker bringing it up, and I'm grateful for the speaker and the neighborhood council paying attention. This is something that needs to be paid attention. They've told us before, when Mother Nature decides to act, there's not much you can do to hold it back. So I'm grateful for the staff keeping us informed and keeping an eye on the ball. In the past, that had not happened under past administrations, and grateful to support this. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any further questions by members of the council? With no further questions, what's the pleasure of the council on this item?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion from Councilman McDonald and a second from Councilman Perrello. The vote, please.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Very well. We'll go to the next public hearing of the evening, and that's item 2 under the Community Development Department. And the subject, Village Specific Plan, also known as Wagon Wheel Specific Plan Amendment, Tentative Track Map Revision, Development Agreement Amendment, and Certification of Addendum to Final Environmental Impact Report, otherwise known as FEIR number 06-03, and Supplemental Environmental Impact Report SEIR 14-01, located at the Village Specific Plan area, generally bounded by Ventura Freeway Highway 101 to the north, Oxnard Boulevard to the east, Union Pacific Railroad, otherwise known as UPRR, and El Rio Drain to the south, North Ventura Road and the Santa Clara River to the west. Recommendations that the City Council conduct a public hearing, number 1. Number 2, introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, approving planning and zoning permit number 19-063. 19-630-01, specific plan amendment number 2 to the village specific plan. The map to text amendments to the village specific plan, subject to certain findings. Number 3, adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 19-300-01, revision to tentative subdivision map for tract number 5745, subject to certain findings and conditions. Number 4, introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, approving planning and zoning permit number 20-670-02, second amendment to development agreement number A-7122 between the City of Oxnard and Oakwood Communities Incorporated or successor, subject to certain findings. And number 5, certify an addendum to the FEIR number 06-03 and SEIR number 14-01. And before we start the public hearing, we'll ask the city clerk to provide for affidavit of publication and written communications, if any.
Mayor, Council, there was a legal notice published in Vita newspaper on November the 5th for this public hearing. The city clerk's office has not received any written communication on this item.
Good evening,
All right,
council
very
members.
well.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Kathleen Mallory, Planning and Sustainability Manager. I also have the project planner on the line, Heather Davis, as well as the applicant, Corey Harpole with Oakwood Communities, who will be giving a presentation following mine. The project is a 62-acre area known as Oxnard Village Specific Plan, or Wagon Wheel. It's on the northwest edge of the city, south of Highway 101, east of the Santa Clara River and Ventura Road, west of Oxnard Boulevard, and then north of the Union Pacific Railroad, El Rio Drain, and South Bank neighborhoods. Back in 2008 and then in 2009, the City Council certified the final environmental impact report for the village specific plan. It also approved a number of entitlement permits for the project, including a general plan amendment, zone change, tentative subdivision map, a development agreement, an owner participation agreement, which included a mobile home closure permit for 171 space wagon wheel mobile home park. With that, it also provided for 225 rental affordable units as part of that mobile home closure. And it also created a development agreement which permitted ongoing development for the next 20 years or through the year 2029. The specific plan provides for infrastructure plans and it provides guidelines as well as standards and regulations for the construction of a maximum of 1,500 dwelling units, including 50,300 square feet of commercial space, a transit center, and roadways and parking, along with open space, parks, 2 public parks, in fact, and then a multi-use path that meanders throughout the project, roughly 12 feet wide. In 2015, the City Council approved a tentative tract map and as well as a first amendment to a development agreement and then a supplemental environmental impact report to support that approval. The tentative map subdivided the project into a number of lots, including public improvement lots and open space. The amended development agreement extended the vesting approval to July of 2023. It also established the developer construction of the stormwater and flood improvement projects. It also granted fee reductions to offset that developer's cost associated with the flood control improvements, which were necessitated as a result of the new FEMA maps that came out after the developer had secured the property and after the project had been entitled. To support those actions, a supplemental environmental impact report was prepared to address the flood risk changes since 2008 and the flood control improvements. All the impacts were mitigated to less than significant. Then in 2016, the city approved its first specific plan amendment to create a transit center overlay on areas known as PA Area 19, 20, and 21. The village specific plan is currently under active development. To date, 1,097 dwelling units have been entitled and 50,300 square feet of commercial space have been approved and is also under active development. There's 119 lower income units in the village specific plan area known as the Village Family Apartments. That was completed in 2012. And 80 moderate apartment units will be constructed in the area known as Wagon Wheel Junction and Town Square, which I can show you on the map as we proceed. There's also a portion of roadways that have been constructed all the way from Oxnard Boulevard over to Cactus Drive, and there is a 2-acre village green public park which has been completed and one under construction as well. And then a portion also of the Class 1 multi-use path is also has been approved and is pending and under construction at this point. The remaining development is principally located along the westerly portion of the specific plan area, and it's on a multifamily lot on the eastern edge adjacent to Oxnard Boulevard as well. So some development most westerly on the project and then some parcels easterly on near Oxnard Boulevard. Roughly 403 dwelling units remain to be built, and those are to be approved through a development design review, which is an administrative hearing permit before the community development director. Additionally, moderate income units will be constructed on the project, consistent with the agreements previously developed. There will also be a neighborhood park on Lot A, which is a subject of this specific plan amendment this evening, and then flood improvements, which will be conducted, and phase 2 of the multi-use path as well. The source of discussion this evening pertains to a specific plan amendment, which I'll go over with council, along with the revisions to the tentative track map to facilitate that specific plan amendment. Also, there's a development agreement amendment to provide for development and financing certainty to support continued development of the property. And then to support this, there's an addendum to support these entitlement permits. There's an addendum to the previous final environmental impact report and supplemental environmental impact report to support the continued development of the project and the associated entitlements for consideration before council. The specific plan amendment will not change the overall dwelling unit count of 1,500 units for the project, nor will it change the density, or it will also will not change any of the affordable units and agreements that were developed years back. The specific plan amendment includes a few items. In terms of the land use plan, there'll be changes to the circulation plan, really minor in nature, just changes in locations for some of the roadways to reflect new development anticipated in lotting that will be supported through the map. There's also changes to the Caltrans off-ramp. There's also a switch in the location of the park and residential uses to improve park access, and also to relocate the residential uses further away from noise impacts associated with Ventura Road, as well as the Caltrans off-ramp. Proposals also involve revision to development standards to simplify and streamline the review of the project and to improve consistency with existing development patterns. There's some standards in the specific plan that just don't match up with current development trends, and I know that the applicant will also speak to that in their presentation. We're also proposing to remove reference to high-rise towers back in 2006, 2003, 4, when the specific plan was adopted in 2008. There was a concept to construct high rises, again, not exceeding the 1,500 dwelling unit count. But as the market has borne out, the issue of building a high rise at 270 feet didn't make sense. The densities, the housing unit counts at 1,500 could still be achieved with a different building height and product. So we're removing reference to the allowance for building high rise. Additionally, the park conceptual graphics that were identified in the specific plan turned out to not be what matched with what the city's plans were and the developer's plans. The conceptual park graphics and park amenities that were shown in this specific plan didn't fit with the new park locations, lotting, and infrastructure design, nor did it match with council's conceptual approval of the community facilities district. Additionally, what's before council as well is an amendment to the specific plan to allow for administrative approval process with to have the community development director grant those minor changes to the specific plan, which are within the spirit and intent of the specific plan and within a certain percentage. And that's consistent with what we're doing with River Park as well. In terms of the specific plan, and I hope you can follow along with me. I know that we prefer the dot, but I'm going to use the red dot to help show some of the changes here. So we're proposing to switch the planning areas from planning area 1, the high density residential, to parks and open space. So the shift would be from a park here to residential here, and then from residential here to the park here, as shown on the maps here. And the idea is really to move the residential away from the off-ramp, away from Ventura Road, and then go ahead and put the residential through here, and then build the park, keeping with some of the flood control improvements. We're also proposing to change the land use for PA 14. That's that area right through here, that pink sliver. The proposal through there is, it was planned to be live work, but the parcel was so small, it didn't make sense. So what is going there now is, and what is constructed is a park. So that's another change to the specific plan. We're also merging planning areas 2 and 3, 7, 8, 12, 13, and 2021. You can kind of get a glimpse of what I'm talking about through here. Just a change in how the lots are laid out here, PA 2 and 3. there was a road that was originally and conceptually shown in the specific plan. It didn't make sense to split up the area, and with development, conceptual development plans that are proposed, it makes sense to remove that roadway. Again, all community areas, all areas in this project would still be designed to meet access, fire department requirements. It would fully be designed to comply with our standards, even with the removal of that conceptual road. And there's a number of streets that are proposed to be removed. The proposed amendment also retains higher density on the east side of the specific plan area adjacent to Oxnard Boulevard. And as well as one of the changes is to remove the high rise from this area here, the high rise designation on closer to Oxnard Boulevard. A little more complicated, and I know that Corey will also be going over this. Revisions to the existing tentative track map are also being proposed to be consistent with the changes in the specific plan. And so we make sure that the map that is going forward is consistent with what we have in the specific plan. That includes realigning Highway 101, the Ventura Road off-ramp, to match the configuration that loops onto Ventura Road rather than through the subdivision. As shown here, the original approval was to head downward off the off-ramp and then head over off Wagon Wheel Road in that configuration. This new off-ramp proposal is consistent with what you see there. There will be slight improvements that are made with the project. So that's one change. As I mentioned, we're switching the residential lot 1 and park lot A to be consistent with the specific plan. You'll see that here as well. This is where the park was, and the park will now go here and the housing will go over here. That's another benefit of this new design is the blue line is the flood wall, and the flood wall that will be going in and will be constructed by the developer. It will be integrated into the park. The berm will tie into that flood wall. There'll be floodgates through here in this location, and then it'll align down Wagon Wheel Road and then down Ventura Road. So, that design really is not conducive per se with residential units as well. We'll also realign the multi-use path to meet Ventura Road at Wagon Wheel Road for a better MUP consistency and connectivity. You can see that through the blue line I showed you, actually kind of green. It was proposed through here, the MUP, all the way down, then it would jog across Wagon Wheel Road and then down, and then parallel to the railroad tracks, and then head northerly up to River Park. The new proposal here is through the project, which will make a very nice design because there'll be integration of pathways between the project areas and the park. So great connectivity between lot 6 to the park. Then it'll parallel Wagon Wheel Road, and then there's no change. It'll continue up into under the freeway into River Park, and it will tie in through the existing pathway down Ventura Road, the existing sidewalk. There'll be improvements in a large sound wall, but there'll be a recreational pathway parallel to that sound wall. The revised tentative map results in the need to amend a few conditions of approval, and these are reflected in the amended resolution that the council has in your packet. Just a few clarifications regarding the improvements, if we can go into questions you may have on the conditions, but a few of the modifications to the condition. One is regarding the landscaping and irrigation improvements within the Caltrans freeway right-of-way and the associated maintenance obligation with that area. That will be through the Homeowners Association, maintained with CFD funds. We've identified the conditions of approval to reflect that agreement. When we originally brought the map forward, we didn't have that agreement and negotiated with Caltrans. The developer didn't have it, negotiated with Caltrans, and so that's one change. Also, there's the clarification on the maintenance obligation for the multi-use path and the pedestrian bridge. So the conditions in your packet are reflective of agreements that we were able to develop and then language that is consistent with the council approved community facilities district in terms of maintenance and obligations. And again, I can go into more detail regarding the conditions if there's questions on that. In terms of the development agreement before you this evening, first off, the one is the locking of, there are 9 development agreement modifications. And these are changes to the fees that were brought forward due to the recent council adoption of the new fee study back in May of 2020, this year. The first has to do with locking the capital growth fee, which includes fees and funds to pay for police, fire, city hall, and community center. This amendment would lock that existing fee remaining for the remaining 499 units, and it would those units would be subject to that fee until after 2021. I wanted to go ahead and read so that I'm sure that I'm communicating this accurately. So the new fee will go into, they would be subject to the new fee after 2021, just to be clear on that. The additional is the locking of the traffic impact fee, and that is the developer must complete flood wall and off-ramp improvements by July of 2024. After that point, if those improvements aren't completed, then the locked fee would not occur anymore and the fees would go up. In terms of the next fee, the mobility fee, that's a request to grant a credit towards the new mobility fee, which council adopted in May of this year, and it's for the cost associated with the construction of the credit would go towards the cost associated with the cost for the MUP trail, the MUP extension that would go underneath Highway 101 underpass, and as well as the pedestrian bridge over Oxnard Boulevard. The credit would be for those costs that haven't been already applied to other credits used for other development fees. The amendment to this section would offset the new mobility fee, as I mentioned, that council just adopted for the estimated remaining 499 units. The mobility fee would be tied to the developer's completion or bonding of the multi-use path, the underpass, the pedestrian bridge improvements, and all that would be required to be completed or bonded for prior to the 1,300th dwelling unit, or by July 2024, whichever occurs sooner. The other fee is the offset to the existing increased park development fee. This is a request to grant credit towards the park fee for the cost associated with the construction of the multi-use path trail, the Highway 101 underpass, and parks A, B, and C. This is not the fee that's the same as Quimby. This amendment to Section 7D of the development agreement would waive the existing park development fee for the remaining units that have not been issued a building permit yet. It would also grant credit towards the approved increase in fee for the multi-family units, and the park fee credit would be tied to the developer's completion of the MUP trail, Highway 101 underpass, and parks A, B, and C improvements. And this would be required to be completed prior to the 1,300th unit or by July 2024, whichever occurs sooner. The other credit to be discussed within the development agreement is the offset of the storm drain fee. The storm drain fee provides funding for the infrastructure required to mitigate the impacts of new development. Given that this is a redevelopment site and it's not adding additional impervious area, the developer isn't obligated to pay this fee. The amendment in the development agreement would recognize the developer's existing fulfillment of construction improvements rather than a fee. Since the developer, as I mentioned, is not responsible for this payment, there would be no impact to the developer for that. The other is the air quality development agreement fee, and this would be to grant full credit towards the air quality and mobility fee for the construction of the pedestrian bridge over Oxnard Boulevard. This amendment would add the off-site MUP pedestrian bridge over Oxnard Boulevard as an eligible trail improvement. Under the provisions of that development agreement, we would be allowing full credit towards the value of the land and cost incurred by the developer for the engineering and construction of that pedestrian bridge. There are also a few development agreement items that were written into the original and the amended development agreement. One involves reference to the solar energy requirement. We're proposing an amendment to that section of the development agreement because there are other energy efficient technologies such as tankless water heaters, not just the requirement for solar energy provisions. So this amendment would allow for modifications to meet energy code requirements, which are currently in effect. The final development agreement amendment would grant the community development director the authority to grant additional time if the director determines that the developer is making significant progress towards those requirements pertaining to the Ventura Road pump system and drainage system, as well as stormwater and flood protection improvements. The developer would not, provided that the developer is making progress towards the requirement to construct those by the 1300th unit, the community development director would be able to grant credit, would be able to grant some flexibility to allow the developer to continue constructing, provided that in terms of the stormwater and flood protection, the developer would not be permitted occupancy of those units unless all those flood protection improvements are in place prior to C of O for those units. Part of this is establishing the requirements for stormwater and flood protection when wagon wheel is one piece of a larger puzzle. The intent is that we wouldn't allow human life and persons to reside in those units until the full improvements for wagon wheel are in force and in effect. In terms of the public outreach on this, we've been working with the developer since back in 2018, 2019. Back in June, there was a community workshop regarding the project. There were no significant questions or concerns. There was questions regarding the timing for the flood control improvements, and these were answered by the developer as well as the city team. The Planning Commission heard this item on October 29th. There were some questions, and they pertained to revising the recreational amenities within the project. There was questions about the reference to conceptual approval on the specific plan map. We expressed to the Planning Commission that when the specific plan was written, it was identified as a conceptual plan. We explained also to the commission there was some concerns with the removal of a community pool. Again, that was a concept in the specific plan. We expressed to the commission that some of the projects will be required to be, some of the projects are already putting in pools. For example, between two development projects that are currently underway, there's pools being there is a pool being put in there, which is being shared by the developers, is being shared by those two development projects. There's also other projects that are underway for which pools are being contemplated. And the apartment complex also have community meeting rooms, which are accessible to residents of those projects. There were questions also regarding the Caltrans off-ramp and the reasons for that. Additionally, there was some questions regarding the Community Facilities District and how those improvements are funded and maintained. Unanimously approved the project, recommending City Council approval of this development agreement, specific plan amendment, and map amendment. City Council directed staff to work with the developers on master plan projects and to look at the phased implementation of impact fees. We can go forward with this conversation, but I also know that the developer would like to discuss some of these improvements and the timing for those agreed upon locked fees. Staff's recommendation this evening is to conduct a public hearing, introduce an ordinance by title only to approve the specific plan amendment, as well as adopt a resolution pertaining to the tender track map, and introduce an ordinance regarding the development agreement and waiving full reading of that. Additionally, the final action would involve an addendum to the final environmental impact report and supplemental environmental impact report. As I mentioned, the developer's representative, Corey Harpel, is here and would like to make a presentation as well, and we'll be focusing on those development agreement components as well. This concludes staff's presentation.
Mayor, can I ask a question before we have?
I don't know about a question. Is there something she presented that you want clarification on?
Yes. Yes. On slide 10, the last bullet point, can you clarify that just a little bit? Slide 10, the last bullet point. Slide 10.
Look at the numbers on there. Excuse me one moment, Councilmember.
Okay. Thank you.
The grant full credit rather than half for the MUP and pedestrian bridge, Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Jeff Pengelly will answer that question.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeff Pengelly, Interim Community Development Director. That item pertains to credits for the construction of the pedestrian bridge. A prior development agreement allowed for half credit, and in this scenario, we would allow for full credit versus the air quality impact fees.
Okay.
So those credits would be offset by the true construction cost of the MUP trail that will be extended beneath Highway 101 and the pedestrian bridge across Oxnard Boulevard. So the change is allowing a credit dollar for dollar to offset the full amount, up to the full amount of the air quality impact fee, rather than 50% of that fee as the prior development agreement allowed.
So I appreciate that, and up to the full amount of the air quality. So it's not an unlimited credit. It could be, there is a actual cap on it.
Correct. Regardless of the dollar cost of the facilities that the developer will build, there's a limit to how much credit they will receive. And these credits are only to offset these impact fees. So the idea for a lot of these is that the developer is building facilities that are, some of these impact fees are designed to offset. The developer is actually building the facilities themselves. So rather than just extending or waiving these impact fees, we're letting them show dollar for dollar that they're building something that is equivalent in cost to what these fees would have charged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pengelly. Thank you, Ms. Mallory. That's my question, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam City Clerk, it doesn't appear that we have speaker cards. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the applicant is going to give a presentation now.
Okay, very well. And so, okay, good.
I guess I'm ready here.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Corey Harpel with Oakwood Communities. I want to thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. I would also like to thank staff for their time as well. Next slide, please. The hashed area on this slide shows the areas that are approved for development. As staff noted, to date, 1,097 units and 50,300 square feet of commercial have DDR approval. with building permits issued for 726 units and for 50,300 square feet of commercial. 2 parks have been built and 420 units have occupancies. Next slide. Oakwood is committed to this project and to the city of Oxnard. We believe that the development of this project is a collaborative effort between the city and developer. This slide summarizes the many public benefits of the project. I'll highlight a few. Wagon Wheel is funding off-site water and wastewater improvements, plus paying a connection fee so there will be no burden on infrastructure. Payment of a lump sum payment for fire truck and fire station upgrades. 3 turnkey parks will be provided. Provision of affordable housing at 15%, so 225 affordable units will be provided. Regional storm drain improvements such as the Ventura Road sump pump that will relieve occasional flooding issues along Ventura Road, a golf course development fee, flood protection improvements that benefit the project as well as the city, approximately 1 mile multi-use path with exercise stations, plus an extension under the 101 freeway to connect to the 101 trail overpass and river park, an MUP over Oxnard Boulevard to connect to the Esplanade and rest of the city, a transit center that will provide 50 parking spaces, bus stops, and a ticket kiosk, Ventura Road off-ramp improvements, and a maintenance district to maintain a majority of the public facilities within Wagon Wheel, thereby reducing financial burden on the city. Next slide. Staff did a good job of summarizing the specific plan amendments. I'll focus on a couple of the tentative map revisions. This tentative map revision will allow the map to conform with the proposed specific plan amendments. Next slide. Aside from relocating the park, the other key revisions include realignment of the Ventura Road off-ramp and the MUP. The Ventura Road off-ramp is shown in red and the MUP is shown in blue on both the current and proposed slides on the map. The current map shows the off-ramp coming into the project and connecting with Wagon Wheel Road at a 4-way intersection. This alignment was approved by the city, but the city recognized and conditioned that further Caltrans approvals were needed, along with resolving the potential conflicts with the MUP and off-ramp. Caltrans reviewed this alignment and provided additional requirements that made this alignment unrealistic and would have impacted adjacent land uses. The new off-ramp alignment, which basically keeps the same configuration that is there today, resolves the Caltrans issues and the MUP conflicts. This design has been conceptually approved by Caltrans and city staff. The MUP now travels along the park and the north side of Wagon Wheel Road, eliminating 2 prior road crossings for safer travel, is better integrated with the park, and is compatible with the flood protection improvements. Next slide. Proposed map provides lots, easements, and tentative map level details for flood protection improvements, which consist of berms, walls, and a floodgate. This slide shows the location of the flood improvements. The flood protection improvements start adjacent to the 101 freeway and cross the site and tie into the Ventura County improvements on the north side of the railroad. The conditional letter of map revision, or CLOMAR, has been submitted to FEMA for this design. FEMA's approval of the CLOMAR would clear the way for construction to start. Next slide. This is a photo example of the type of wall proposed for the flood wall. This is not a typical masonry wall. This wall will have some relief and texture for aesthetics. Next slide, please. This is the park concept plan. For orientation, you can see Wagon Wheel Road at the bottom of the slide and Ventura Road along the left edge. The amenities shown are conceptual and under discussion with the Parks Department. But the park is set up to accommodate multiple play courts such as basketball and pickleball courts, dog park to accommodate areas for big dogs and small dogs, play equipment area, picnic areas, and a large grassy play field. The idea with the flood berm is to integrate it into the park such that it creates an amphitheater setting on both sides of the berm. Next slide. We're proposing an amendment to the development agreement. The proposed amendment would provide offset credits and lock certain development impact fees. On May 19, 2020, the City Council, as part of their recommendations to adopt development fee increases and adopt new development impact fees, directed staff to work with the Wagon Wheel developer. We have been working with staff to formulate agreement amendments that are fair to the project while providing milestone for the nexus improvements that offset these fees. These include freezing the traffic impact fees provided that the Ventura Road off-ramp and flood improvements are completed or bonded for by 2022. Credit for park and mobility fees provided that parks of the MUP are completed or permitted by 2024, and credit for storm drain fees for improvements completed. The Wagon Wheel project provides the facilities and improvements that the development impact fees are intended to fund. Wagon Wheel is a master plan community that provides a complete community with all the necessary improvements and amenities, such as traffic improvements that include Ventura Road off-ramp and Oxnard Boulevard widening, 3 turnkey parks, 1 mile of multi-use path with exercise stations, plus a bridge over Oxnard Boulevard to connect with the city and an MUP connection underneath the 101. And regional flood protection improvements are also provided. These are all net benefits to the city. And lastly, the development agreement amendment would authorize a community development director to allow construction timing flexibility for certain improvements. These include the flood protection improvements and the flood sump pump along Ventura Road. This new language would match the approved conditions of approval, and this timing flexibility is important since these improvements require multiple agency reviews and approvals. Next slide, please. We believe the Wagon Wheel development is one of the most innovative projects in the area. It creates a tremendous gateway into the city and provides synergistic opportunities with the mix of housing and commercial, and we hope it will be a catalyst for more innovation in the city. The listed before you shows the conceptual build out of the Wagon Wheel community. Again, thank you for your time, staff's time, and we concur with the recommendations of the staff report. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that being said, I just, to follow the procedure, I'd like to open up the public testimony portion of this public hearing and ask if anyone would like to speak. And if no one would like to speak, I'd like for a motion to close, or all in favor of closing the public testimony portion of this public hearing, say aye, please.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? All right, the public testimony portion of this public hearing is over. And are there any comments or questions by members of the city council? What's the pleasure of the council?
I have a question.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for the presentation, and from the developer or from Ms. Mallory or anyone else. The proposal for public transportation parking, correct? There is a place for people to park their cars to get on public transit. Did I see that correctly? And that brings to mind if there is a bus route planned or anything else.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. We have a good graphic, which I think for the time being, we can just work with, if you want to go back to the staff's presentation, could you do that, please? Thank you. Yes, as we bring that up, council member, there is plans for a transit station, and in 2016 there was a specific plan amendment to allow for the transit station. Here we go, to allow some flexibility in where it went based upon discussions with Gold Coast Transit and VCTC. We've been in conversations with them, and right now the proposal will be for a temporary location within PA. Corey, if you want to jump in, it's in
PA
temporary.
17.
Thank
PA
you.
17.
I thought so. Right. PA 17, because it's right now it'll be there temporarily while we're working out agreements with Gold Coast Transit and VCTC. Ultimately, it'll be in this location over here. And it'll be 50 designated spaces just for transit, along with the ticket kiosk. And we've had the condition in the resolution before you this evening also reflects that agreement with Gold Coast Transit and VCTC.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any additional questions?
Yes.
Councilman Pro.
Yes. Specifically on the parking, I hadn't thought of this, but specifically in the parking, how do we monitor that people are not just parking there, or that we have the various motorhomes where people are living in and all of a sudden they decide to camp out there? How do we control that?
Councilmember, are you speaking of just RVs within the project or specific to the 50 parking spaces at the transit station?
I'm sorry, specific to the 50 parking places. Who will be controlling that?
Yes, there is a security that will be roving within the project area. Those 50 spaces will be designated only for transit use as well.
Okay, thank you. My fellow councilmen, I've had an opportunity to speak with staff on this. I've answered the question. They've answered my questions. I've had an opportunity to take the tour. This definitely is first-class improvement to what was there in the past. It's a tremendous addition to our community. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, in addition,
One final thing, Mayor. Is there a time frame where I believe this neighborhood is now taken out of the South Bank neighborhood, and I don't believe it's been included in the River Park neighborhood. Is there a time frame when they will have a standalone neighborhood council representing this area?
Councilmember, Mayor, council members, we're working right now with Oakwood Communities to get that neighborhood council established. There's a certain time frame where you have a certain number of owners that live within that project that have to be living there. I think the number is 11. We are working on that, and that should be initiated very soon.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
any additional comments or questions? With no additional comments, yes.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no additional comments, I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald and a second by Councilman Perrello. The vote, please.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
The motion to approve carries 7-0.
I don't know if you asked me about my vote, Mayor, Madam City Clerk. I'm an aye also.
Yes, I have yours. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. All right, excellent. And reports, item M. The first item is under the City Treasurer Department. Subject, quarterly investment report for the period ending September 30th, 2020. Recommendation is that the City Council receive and file the quarterly investment report. And we'll go to the City Treasurer, Mr. Molina.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's a pleasure to present our quarterly report, although I'm not happy with the numbers, but we'll get into that in a minute. There we go. So we're presenting the September 2020 quarterly investment report. It was completed on October 26 as required by state law that it must be done within 30 days at the end of the month. Let's see if I can. Okay, the goal of ours is to invest 100% of the available cash. I think you've seen this before, save for the fact, if you look at the bottom, at one point, I think we had close to 90% of our available cash invested. City's investments are down to 72% or 63%, depending upon whether you include or exclude the $30 million we have set aside. That's compared to the 95% in April 2020 of our available cash. Again, you've seen this report. I'm creating hopefully a consistency in the report so that you and the public and maybe some college professor can use this to help us identify what we did right and what we did wrong and how cities can improve their finances in terms of investing. So we're looking at the July, August, and September. The amount of the city's general fund bank account, 89 million in September. Successor agency, 4.6. That doesn't change very much, but it did come down from July. Workers' comp, 161,000. That's fairly consistent. And the parking citation at 69,000. That's come down primarily because of the decrease in number of people using the parking lots. Total cash available in the bank, 94,661,000. In September, the cost of the investments that were booked was 155 million. And you'll look in July, it was 182 million. And I think in April, we actually had $245 million in the investment pool. The par or face value of those investments in September is 155,954,000. And the market value is 156,158,000. You'll notice that the cost is slightly higher than the par value. Those would be the premiums that we paid early on for some of the higher interest rate notes. Market value, though, is 156 million, which is higher than both the cost and the face or par value. And the gain, if we had to sell it today against the cost, would be $206,619. And while that looks good from an investment point of view, remember, that's kind of not what we want to see, because what we want to see is the market value and the par value always at a point where our current investments have a current value higher. So we have total earnings per the period, and you'll notice this is what frustrates me. We've come down from $170,000 to $140,000 to $129,000. And again, I think in April we were at $250,000 or $300,000 in the month, and that was because our interest rates back then were at 3 to 4%, and now they're at 0.0017, 0.0031. This morning, I bought two real hot market instruments, each for $1 million. One was for 3 years at 0.0032, and the other one, I think it was 0.0031. So you can see why our total interest earnings per period is coming down. Earned interest yield this month is on average of 0.938%, and you can see that continues to go down. We have in the last week or so seen somewhat of a fluctuation, and the market is saying, well, that's because of the coronavirus and the vaccines that they're coming up with to vaccinate, that's giving a positive jump to the market. So we may begin to see either the K, the V, or the M-shaped jump happening soon. And so we have our eyes open for that. Take advantage of it if we can. So after assuring that there's enough cash in the bank to cover our known expenditures, and we do know that from a mathematical point of view, the daily amount we need on average is about $5 million. And you can see that we have, I think it was $89 million in the bank. So we certainly have at this time much more in the bank than we actually need. But since the bank is paying us at 0.19% for overnight money, and we can't get that in the market, then we're comparing that with short-term low interest rates over locking in our investments over a 2, 3, 4, or 5-year period at maybe twice the amount, 0.31, which doesn't produce enough to warrant making that kind of commitment at this time. So the efficiency rating, as we explained earlier, has come down. We were at one point at about 90% or 89% efficiency, and it's been coming down as the interest rates have come down. And so now the percent invested is 63.41% using the same formula we've been using all along. If, on the other hand, we take into consideration that the $30 million loan for potential use by the city is a set aside, then our investment efficiency would be up to 72%, which is not great, but at least it's leveling off a little bit. I wanted to show this to give people an idea of what we're dealing with. If you look at these are the different investments that we've been looking at: Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Federal Home Loan Bank, Federal Farm Credit, government sponsored enterprise is a GSE. And look at the coupon rates, and this is what frustrates me from a buyer. You're looking at 2.5%, 2.75%. That's what the government is paying on those instruments, and likely what the city will be paying when we sell water bonds. And in fact, based upon today's rate, we'll probably be selling them at 2.7% if we can get a good market. But then you compare that coupon rate, which what the government is paying, to what we are receiving, which is the purchase yield. We're receiving 0.17, 0.17, 0.16, 0.15. And so you can see that there's a large difference between what the government is selling those instruments for and what the purchaser is able to acquire. And you're saying, well, who gets that difference? I mean, the government still has to pay the 2.5, but if the buyer is only getting 0.17, who gets the difference? Do you have any questions at this point? And I'm sorry I went through quickly, but I thought we had a great graduate course in the previous presentation on municipal development, and I thought that you may not want to go through that level of detail, but I'm glad to answer any questions if I can. And I'm fortunate that Eden Alamary is here, and if I cannot answer the question, she's the assistant treasurer. I'm sure she'll jump up and be able to cover me on them. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, that's the presentation. You've been given copies of all the detailed investments and a copy of the agenda item. But again, if we can, if there's any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
I have a
Okay,
question.
thank you. Very quickly, Councilman Perrella, why don't we just do this? We only have one speaker.
Okay.
And so that's signed up. So why don't we go to him first? And that's James Aragon, please.
Hi, James. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. First, allow me to recognize Mr. Molina for his gentlemanly conduct during the election run-up season. He took my opposition very graciously. Actually, if you hopefully read the paper, Wendy Loon wrote a very humorous article that made the point it didn't seem like we disagreed on much and were supportive of one another. That is basically simply because the role of city treasurer is technocratic. It's not a position for policymaking. Instead, it's about doing something that's very technical. Maybe if they had asked questions on investment outlooks, we could have seen some fireworks, but they didn't. So congratulations, Mr. Molina. And I do want to thank the 22,000 plus, nearly 23,000 now who voted for me. It was a great experience. Now, I will have a disagreement with Mr. Molina and his write-up presented to council, not necessarily his presentation, but his write-up regarding his positive outlook on interest rates increasing in the near term. I do not envy Mr. Molina. He's walking a tightrope here. Short-term investments are losers in this environment, but long-term bonds obviously don't provide the liquidity required. He paints a positive picture in holding cash so that city can take advantage of rising rates in the near term. Unfortunately, the outlook for such a circumstance is not positive. In September, the FOMC signaled that current rates could go through 2023. It's 3 more years. And the hope for post-election tightening that would lead to higher rates is pretty much all but dead. Remember, those same rates lasted from 2008. The current rates now lasted from 2008 to 2015. That's 7 years. There's also a recent, which really gives me negative thoughts, is here. There's also a recent FOMC announcement, or signaling as they call it in the industry, that not only will the Fed continue its $120 billion per month purchase of treasuries and mortgage-backed securities, which is driving yields down, but they will also continue its $120 billion per month purchase of, it'll also be expanding its purchases of long-term treasuries to bring those yields down as well. They have a sustained inflation target rate of 2%, but October's rate was 1.2%, which was a drop from August and September. Bottom line, return on GSE, Treasury, and the LIF will continue to feel pressure as more money chases ever diminishing returns.
30 seconds.
This is how the Federal Reserve encourages spending and discourages savings, since holding cash creates loss in real terms. Ms. Molina and all the other treasurers across the nation are going to have to bob and weave. Given the nature of the situation, I would suggest the city council and city manager set aside any heartburn they may have with Mr. Molina and work out with what type of investment strategy meets short, mid, and long terms given the situation. Thank you. Best of luck in 2021.
Thank you very much. And that ends the speakers on this item. Councilman Perillo.
Wondering, Mr. Molina posed the question at the very end, but he didn't answer it. And I'm wondering, was that an omission or was fishing for a question?
Through the mayor, Councilman Perillo, I was fishing for a question, and I appreciate that. You have the bond counsel, the underwriters, and the primary brokers and the brokerage firms who will buy the instruments at par, and then they resell them at par plus a premium. And basically, that's what the market is looking at. And they're going to go out in the market, and so they're going to pick up the difference and primarily keep the money. I've spoken to a number of brokers and asked them that when we sell our bonds, can we keep some of it? And of course, you can imagine what their answer is. So it's just the economy, the pricing of the market, and it's frustrating from both the seller and the buyer point of view, but that's the market you need to go through.
Thank you.
I don't have additional questions by members of the council. I now have the hand raising function up. Are there any other questions before we? All right, with no other questions, this was just to receive and file a quarterly investment report. We want to thank the city treasurer for his diligence and his good report, and also congratulations on his reelection. Number 2, Finance Department, subject, presentation on the corrective action plan. Recommendation is that the City Council receive an update on the corrective action plan, otherwise known as CAP. And that is the Chief Financial Officer of the city, Mr. Riper.
Good evening. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Christine Williams, Senior Manager, Internal Controls. Next slide, please. This evening's recommendation is that the City Council receives an update on the Corrective Action Plan, or also known as the CAP. Next slide, please. On this evening's agenda, I'll be covering the status of the Corrective Action Plan, our continued progress, and then conclude with any questions. Next slide, please. You have the CAP status definitions here. We have 6 different definitions. I won't go over them in detail, but I will list the 6 definitions. Are complete, to be tested, policies and procedures draft, in progress, not started, and past/no longer required. Next slide, please. This was the status as of March of this year that we provided the City Council in May of this year. If I could direct you to the far right column, down below, about 3/4 away, we had total cumulative audit findings from 2015 through 2019 of 183. Some of the findings repeat year after year, of which we had a total of 25, which leaves us total unique findings of 158. Out of those 158, as of March of this year, we had total unresolved unique findings of 53. Of those 53, 21 were related to material weaknesses, 20 were significant deficiencies, 1 was non-compliance, and 11 were best practices. Next slide, please. Now we fast forward 6 months, and if we go to the same column to the far right there, we have the same number of findings of 183, the same number of repeat findings of 25, which then left the same total unique findings of 158. However, we have total unresolved unique findings now of only 16, of which 1 were material weaknesses, 10 significant deficiencies, 1 non-compliance, and 4 best practices. However, I have good news to report. After we published the agenda, the auditors came back and reported 2 more audit findings have been tested and cleared. So now this moves our number down to 14, with the 2 that were tested and completed were in the significant deficiency area. So this moves that number down to 8. So I'm very happy to be able to report that we had 2 additional more findings cleared and tested. Next slide, please. So this is a bar chart review of our progress that I'm going to really only focus on the top 2, which is our material weaknesses and significant deficiencies. But before I do that, I'd like to give you an accounting definition and non-accounting definition of a material weakness. So the accounting definition of a material weakness is a deficiency or combination of deficiencies in internal control, such that there is a reasonable probability that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. The accounting definition of a significant deficiency is a deficiency or combination of deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those responsible for the oversight of the entity's financial reporting. And now the non-accounting definition. So material weakness would be as if you have everybody knows their checkbook and you have a running cash balance in your checkbook. However, you never ever balance that to your bank statement. That would be a material weakness. Now, a significant deficiency would be that you have the same running cash balance in your checkbook. However, you wait for 3 months until you balance your checkbook. So now if we can go back up to the top 2 main areas on the bar chart of material weakness, you see that this just leaves 1 material weakness remaining for the 5 audits from 2015 through 2019. On Tuesday of next week, the Finance and Governance Committee is scheduled to consider our recommendation for resolving that 1 last material weakness. And then below, we have significant deficiencies of 10, which is now reduced down to 8. And then if we just kind of go down to the total there, which is 16, which now is reduced to 14. Next slide, please. This is an update on our progress. As you recall, the City Council adopted the Internal Control Integrated Framework and 4 implementing policies on September 1st of this year. We had 11 material weaknesses in this area related to the ICIF, but because we were able to adopt this framework and policies and show all the progress that we've made to date, we were able to eliminate 11 material weaknesses that were related to ICIFs. We continue to have bi-weekly internal control meetings, the assistant CFO, the controller, and myself. At these meetings, we discuss the next steps on the ICIF guidelines, and we also discuss new or current internal control information. We also are continuing with more detailed control documentation over the course of the year. And then on training, we've already provided our staff training, and we continue to provide training to our staff on an ongoing basis, as well as we've scheduled 2 two-hour training sessions for the Finance and Governance Committee, serving as audit committee in respect to internal control, which will be after January of this year to allow for the new committee members to come on board. And as part of our ERP implementation project updates, automated timesheets have been completed. This system improvement and enhanced automation will assist in reducing timesheet errors and increase operational efficiencies. As part of the ERP implementation project, we've also completed business process mapping. These process flow diagrams facilitate understanding of all processes from start to finish and to observe where system improvements and enhanced automation can occur. Next slide, please. So we just ask that the City Council receive this update on the corrective action plan this evening. Next slide, please. And then I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question.
Hi,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, a little bit more than a question. That is, thank you so much, Ms. Williams, for this. For those of us who've been in council for a while, and those of us who are here now, this has been just such a long process to get it fixed. And I would just like to ask you to comment a little bit on what it takes to resolve all of these issues. I remember being in council under the previous city manager, Mr. Nyhoff, and getting this gigantic list of things that we needed to do to fix our city. And that was, my goodness, 4 or 5 years ago. And I know we've had some staffing issues and everything, but could you just discuss that a little bit? How much time it takes? Because we're trying to let the public know this is not an overnight fix.
Yeah, so, as you mentioned, the city, as a result of our single audit findings for the last 5 years, have shown, several audit findings, and they continued each year. And however, we were very happy to report this year that, there were no new material weaknesses, and we're hoping that we will continue with that same positive result. Primarily, a lot of the findings, because with different changes in management, and they take a lot of time, and plus staff has their regular duties to do as well. So we've been, since I've been here 5 years now, and we've always been chipping away at these since day one in the finance department. We've always been on a continuous process improvement. We had a lot of backlog and legacy issues that take a long time to fix, but I'm really seeing the progress over the last 5 years. I'm so happy to be participating in this now and seeing how far we've really come. And we'll always be on a continuous improvement, even when we get these findings done. But the ICIF is a big step. Very happy to go there. As we said, it'll be a process over years, but we've always had internal controls. This is just more a comprehensive guide. And so we'll just do continuous improvements, get rid of these, put these audit findings behind us, and then continue with continuous improvements as we go along. So the city's on a really great path here. We're putting a lot of this behind us, and just very happy to be a part of it. I'd also like to just acknowledge to the finance department and all the city departments for all of their work in resolving these audit findings, because we couldn't do it without their assistance on each and every one of these audit findings. So, it's a city-wide effort, and all of the departments have been instrumental, and the finance department and staff, in resolving these findings and keeping things up, because we want to make sure that we don't repeat any findings, and we make sure that anything we put in progress or procedures or anything in place, that we don't lapse in those areas as too. So we'll continue with that mission and make sure things don't lapse and continue ahead.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the staff who helped make this happen. Thank you.
Are there any further comments, Councilman Perillo?
Yes, a big kudos to everyone involved in getting us out of the ditch. Tremendous work, finance, the staff, training, accountability, getting some time to deal with the stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a big, big improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Williams, could you go back to the original chart just to try to give everyone a perspective here? This came to the Finance and Governance Committee, and I think it's important that people understand in its entirety what this means. Okay, there we go. And that's most important. And so I think Mayor Pro Tem's remarks are right on, spot on, because when the city council, probably near 4 years ago, was first handed this set of findings, that there was a lack of internal controls, and these internal controls, in some regards, the lack of these internal controls allowed the taxpayers' money and the integrity of the financial process in the city to be compromised. And now that these single audit results again have yielded further information that, people have to contextualize this in what has actually been done. And so when it look at the black, area, total unresolved unique findings 21, and then for material weaknesses, significant deficiencies 20, non-compliance 1. You have to understand and then the most important is the total, which is completed. And so if you take a look at completed, it's 107. And, the bottom line is of those total findings of 183, the fact of the matter is that this city has made enormous progress in addressing the weaknesses that existed within our financial system, which lacked checks and balances, the internal controls that are necessary to uphold the financial integrity of the city and of the taxpayers' money. And the big concept here that I think that people need to understand is that these results have placed the city of Oxnard on the plan of honesty with the taxpayers' money. And when it comes to the progress that has been made, this progress could not have taken place without the leadership of the current city manager, the CFO, Kevin Riper, the assistant CFO, Donna Ventura, and Christine Williams, who again has brought enormous breadth of experience, as well as the other members of the CFO and the assistant CFO, to make sure that the taxpayers' money is being spent properly and that internal controls exist to prevent the things that happened in the past in the city of Oxnard. So I just want to end by saying this did come to the committee. We supported it strongly. We asked questions on the committee level. And the fact of the matter is that the city of Oxnard has restored its financial integrity. You can disagree with the spending priorities. You could disagree with certain policy positions of the city. But to say at this point that the city of Oxnard is on the path to reestablishing the highest financial integrity that can exist in government, I think we're well on that path. And so I want to thank the staff members that are involved with this and the whole city council, because we're all responsible for this and we're moving in the right direction. So thank you for that report, and that this is just an update on the corrective action plan. There's no actual vote that should be taken or needs to be taken. And now we'll go to item 3. Oh, the city manager. Mr. City Manager, do you have a comment to make?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to council members for all of your comments. So I'll make a couple of quick points. I needed that chart, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay, go ahead and put it back. First of all, this has been a year without much good news, and this particular item tonight is really good news for the city. But I want to set us back into the proper big picture context, which is no organization should have had an audit with this many findings. This is short of nothing but an utter embarrassment. So while we are very, very grateful and confident in the progress that's been made, what the real success comes in making sure that this doesn't happen again. The real success will come in our ability to stay on top of how we manage our finances, and it's a array of checks and balances. So it's not just the internal controls, not just that framework. It's also proper management. It's also proper investment in staffing and resources. And we also have a whistleblower hotline. So there's an array of checks and balances available to keep us on track. But I just want to say it's really important to recognize this progress and this success. But the real test now is to sustain this level of proper financial management and to never have this kind of an audit again for this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Ms. Williams, for your excellent work. We'll now go to item 3 on the agenda, which is page 9 under reports. The subject, ambulance consulting agreement. Recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the City Manager to execute a First Amendment with AP Triton Consulting LLC agreement number 9027-20-FI to increase the amount by $95,000 for a total contract amount not to exceed $157,000 to conduct an ambulance feasibility study and provide consultation for ambulance services and billing, and to extend the term to January 31st, 2022. And we'll have the interim fire chief, Alexander Hamilton, make a presentation, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, thank you for the time today to provide this presentation. We do have a lot of information, and some of this is fairly dense information, but we're going to try and keep this presentation at a high level. And so just as a bit of an overview for what we're going to be covering today, this presentation is a follow-up from a presentation that the Public Safety Committee received back in 2019. And so we'll talk about some of the enhanced services potential, discuss some of the issues around local control of the ambulance transportation services, and then the economic viability of ambulance transport in Oxnard. So just to provide a little bit of background, the local EMS agency hired a consulting firm to provide a system analysis of the current system. That consultant, Page, Wolfberg and Worth, completed a study, and essentially the study was biased. Oxnard was never given an opportunity to present our point of view or even be a part of the study design. Data was cherry-picked to make it look like the status quo was the best option or even the only option. Some of the issues that we took with the study was that it was broad. It did recommend for longer ambulance response times. However, that recommendation wasn't tied to clinical outcomes. Additionally, the ambulance company financial data was not audited. There is a reason that ambulance companies are not owned by publicly traded companies, because they use things like uncompensated care or terms like that to essentially cry poor. These companies are not here for the public good. They're here primarily to make money. And that's something to keep in mind as we go through this presentation. So one of the other issues that we had, going back to the study, one of the other issues that we had that the study didn't look at any individual city, nor did it look at changing the exclusive operating areas that were set up here in the county. These exclusive operating areas were set up in the 1970s and essentially haven't changed. And so it talks about, the report talked about how there was no clinical basis for an 8-minute time standard, which the ambulance companies are currently held to. And that is true to a point. But what they failed to address is the fact that the reason that that 8-minute standard doesn't hold water is because the clinical benefits really come in when the response time is 4 to 5 minutes, not 8 minutes. So when they talk about extending the response time of the ambulance, really what we need to be doing is looking at getting a paramedic on scene within 5 minutes. Additional studies have also shown that longer response times actually result in longer hospital stays. So arriving on scene quickly will provide not only system benefits, but also socioeconomic and healthcare benefits. In fact, our own EMS agency calculated that for every 1 minute improvement in response time, it equaled an 8% decrease in mortality rate. Unfortunately, this study, while it made it to peer review, it was never actually distributed. An interesting point about that is that our own EMS agency identified that as an issue. For every 1 minute increase in response time, there's an 8% decrease in mortality. The ambulance companies get fined $20 for every minute they are late. So they've actually put a price on 8% mortality. It's $20 a minute. So unsurprisingly, the study recommended that the EMS agency continued with the grandfathered ambulance contracts. These are contracts that have never gone out to bid. And so I want you to think about that for a second. When have you seen a local government or a county government contract be awarded without going out to bid that's worth $400 million over 10 years? If you look at the organizational chart of county government, the person in charge of making this recommendation, the EMS agency administrator, is essentially the same level of authority as a captain or maybe a battalion chief. If nothing else, this is just not good governance. The fire department and our residents currently rely on Gold Coast Ambulance for advanced life support and the transport of those patients to the hospital. And it's worth keeping in mind that the system and you can see the cover of that report that was, or the cover of the ambulance plan that was built in the 1970s. That system was designed for 7 exclusive operating areas, essentially geographical areas in the county. And they would actually, originally they were going to be covered by 7 different companies. There are now only 2 companies running those 7 exclusive operating areas. And one of those companies, AMR, has 6 out of the 7 exclusive operating areas. Indeed, that original document that you see the cover of from 1976 actually stated that for a city with a population of 200,000 people, that city should have a minimum of 5 ambulances. And that was written in 1976. Since American Medical Response, or AMR, bought out Gold Coast Ambulance in 2010, we have essentially lost 2.5 of our 24-hour ambulances. And so this has resulted in longer and longer response times. In August of this year, we had an allergic reaction of a 1.5-year-old child. The ambulance actually took 21 minutes to respond. I'll tell you that child was extremely lucky that we had a paramedic on the responding engine, or there was a potential for a very negative outcome. When we reached out to the EMS agency about the reason for this delay, we didn't actually get a response. And so this is where we're interested in taking back some of that local control. And so one of the things, when we talk about that last bullet point on this slide, it talks about the longer response time having a disproportionately negative impact on Oxnard relative to other jurisdictions. That's in part because we have a relatively new and young paramedic service. And so we don't have as many paramedics on duty at any given time that other jurisdictions enjoy. And so one of the things, and I know Councilmember McDonald has talked about this, the fact that we don't have a trauma designation for a hospital here in Oxnard. And so one of the ways that we can help improve outcomes for our patients is by getting on scene quicker with paramedic services, because it makes a huge difference to the outcome for those patients, regardless of where the receiving hospital is. And that is something to keep in mind. So the fire department, the Oxnard Fire Department's paramedic program, or Advanced Life Support Program, was somewhat born out of frustration with the service delivery of the ambulance and the local EMS agency's inability to improve the service delivery to our residents. And so in a very short time, our program has made a huge difference to the level of service, particularly to our South End residents. And so I just wanted to pull up a sort of a before and after heat map of where the issues and where the gaps were for our residents. And so you can see here, prior to establishing our paramedic program, we had areas with the longest response times we're often in the poorest parts of town. You can see in the south end that's sort of yellow bubble covers Southwind, Cypress, Pleasant Valley Estates, Pleasant Valley Village, and then also you can see up in the northeast corner it also impacted the East Village neighborhoods. And so what happened is we established our paramedic program. We improved response times for paramedics to the south end. And what ended up happening is that the ambulance companies then moved ambulances out of that area. And so you can see those yellow bubbles actually moved. And so then it started to impact areas more in the center of the city, Hobson Park, East and West neighborhoods, 5 Points, Calgeisla, Kamala Park, and then also further south, Bryce Canyon neighborhoods and Blackstock neighborhoods as well. And so that's been one of our issues, is that we've worked to help improve the service delivery to our residents, and what we've found is that the transportation services end up getting moved further away because we have paramedics that are getting on scene sooner. And so this has been one of the underlying issues, is that this council supported the creation of a paramedic program. That program improved our response times, probably improved patient outcomes as well. It was just it's a little bit too early to tell. And unfortunately, the ambulance company then moved those resources out of the area. One of the other issues that we had is we were planning on working with the ambulance company so that they could provide financial support for our advanced life support program. And in return, they would get 2 extra minutes on their response time clock. Instead of 8 minutes, they would get 10 minutes because we would be providing a paramedic on scene in a smaller amount of time. Ventura and Ventura County Fire Departments both enjoy this benefit. Ventura receives approximately $500,000 a year from the ambulance company, and Ventura County Fire Department receives approximately $1.5 million for providing those paramedics to be able to stop the clock for the ambulance company. Unfortunately, though, once we established our program, the local EMS agency gave the ambulance company the extra 2 minutes before we had a deal with the ambulance company. And when we asked the EMS agency to rescind that extra 2 minutes, they denied that request. And so it didn't leave us in a very good position to be able to negotiate an agreement with the ambulance company. And all of this was done to provide better coverage countywide. And that statement is part of the reason why we're driven to change things. Because remember, the system was designed for at least 3 providers. The exclusive operating areas were designed to be sustainable in each one of those geographical regions. And unfortunately, now that AMR covers 6 out of those 7 exclusive operating areas, they're often moving ambulances around to cover holes in different areas of the county. And unfortunately, and I'll go into this in a little bit, Oxnard is the first to lose ambulances. So to give you a better understanding, one of our issues with local control is the current contract that the ambulance company enjoys. Their compliance is defined as arriving on scene in under 8 minutes, 90% of the time. However, they're also provided certain exemptions that sort of allows them to maintain compliance, although what we see out in the field and in reality is essentially longer response times. And so that's what this slide illustrates for us, and this is what it means for Oxnard residents. And so the official 8-minute compliance for the ambulance company here in our exclusive operating area, which also actually covers Port Hueneme, El Rio, and parts of unincorporated county areas to the south of us. But the official 8-minute compliance for EOA 6, which is our area, is 96%. However, if you take away the exemptions that the ambulance companies provided, our actual compliance with that 8-minute standard is 78%. That's obviously a significant difference. And so essentially the 96% number is inflated. 78% is reality and what we actually see and feel when we respond to calls, respond to medical calls. So this gives you a breakdown of each one of the what am I trying to say? The calls that were in the within the 8-minute range, and then the calls that were not. And so you can see there that we're never close to that 90% compliance. So, and one thing to keep in mind is that these are 2019 numbers. The ambulance companies actually cut the number of unit hours since the pandemic started. And that's obviously exacerbated this situation to the point where when we have significant events, 4th of July weekend was an example of that, where we did have a heat wave. People were obviously out getting to the beach. Some of the restrictions on the pandemic had loosened up, and we ended up running out of ambulances that weekend, and they had to bring in ambulances from other counties to help cover the call volume. And so, and now that we are facing a growing call volume, unfortunately, as this COVID pandemic is starting to surge again, apparently they're struggling to staff those ambulances. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the exemptions that are provided to the ambulance companies. And so you can see there some of the different ones. When hospitals are diverting ambulances to others in the area, when ambulances are blocked by trains, road construction, power outages. Gated communities are another one where they're actually considered to be on scene of an incident once they reach the gate of the gated community, not necessarily when they reach the residents that are requesting service. The biggest issue, I guess, on this slide is that unusual system overload. There isn't actually a definition of what counts as an unusual system overload. In fact, potentially right now could be considered an unusual system overload because we're in the middle of a pandemic. One of the things that we do in the fire department is we're constantly looking at factors that may change our response patterns, whether we need to add staffing or augment our staffing for particular weather events, for example. We know if we're going to have sustained winds over 40 miles an hour, our call volume is going to increase by 40 or 50%. Same if we have rain rates that reach over ½ inch an hour, that's also going to really, really spike our call volume. And so we take things like that into consideration, and we add staffing as needed to make sure that we can handle those increases in call volume. So now this slide is busy, and I'll do my best to try and explain it to you. But essentially, this is when it comes down to accountability and transparency. The inflated compliance numbers that the ambulance company enjoys from these exemptions means that we end up losing ambulances to other areas to help cover compliance issues in those other areas. And so we're for Camarillo, for example, Oxnard or ambulances assigned to Oxnard are often end up covering in Camarillo. And you can see there that Camarillo has had a lot more receives a lot more of those 10-minute time extensions because the county fire department has more paramedics in Camarillo, yet they still struggle. That 91% figure for their compliance, that includes their exemptions. And so what ends up happening is that it sort of impacts all of the communities. And so one of the things by Oxnard taking back local control over the ambulance service here in Oxnard will actually force the local EMS agency and the ambulance companies to help improve service in other jurisdictions because they won't have the ability to sort of use this bump and cover of taking ambulances from Oxnard and moving them to other jurisdictions. So what ends up happening, the trickle-down effect of this, of them constantly moving ambulances around, is that we end up ambulances leave Oxnard to cover a void in other areas. We end up getting busy here in Oxnard. They end up bringing in ambulances from other jurisdictions in to help us. And so what that ends up creating is in 2019, there were 1,200 occasions where an ambulance that not normally assigned to Oxnard had to come into Oxnard to cover the increase in call volume and the surge in call volume we have. The other thing to keep in mind is that no one's actually keeping track of this data of how often we get to these low levels of ambulance coverage. We actually had to dig through the raw data to come up with that number. And so again, because of where Oxnard's geographically located, because of our call volume, we're a relatively dense city. The ambulance company views us as being able to sort of shed calls and still maintain compliance. And so what we really want to see is just a faster response, because it's better outcomes for our residents, and that's what we're really looking at trying to improve. And so one of the since Gold Coast Ambulance was bought out by AMR, you can see in 2010 we had 4 24-hour ambulances, a 40-hour weekend car, 2 12-hour peak ambulances, and then another 12-hour weekend unit. And so we're now down to just 4 24-hour ambulances and 1 12-hour ambulances that is actually assigned to Oxnard. And that's since 2010. Between 2010 and now, our call volume's risen by approximately 50%. So one of the things that we are looking to do is improve accountability to our residents and provide have our city council provide standards that for response to medical emergencies. And so that would help not only obviously improve our response times, but also improve patient outcomes. And then that, as it says there, will reduce health inequities. One of the biggest issues that we find is that often these, as I mentioned in those heat maps earlier, the poor ambulance response times disproportionately affect our lower socioeconomic areas of the city. And so this is where we can actually build a system that meets all the needs of our residents, and regardless of where they are in terms of the geography of the city. One of the things that we've built since the pandemic started, for example, was a telemedicine program. And so that's something that we built when the pandemic first started. We haven't actually deployed that program yet, simply because we haven't yet had the surge that we're anticipating. And we're now looking at what our trigger points might be to implement such a program with this current surge that's going on. But this telemedicine program would essentially allow our first responders to arrive on scene and facilitate a call between the patient with the firefighters on scene and a doctor at St. John's Hospital. And so it would allow lower acuity patients to stay in their home and receive a much higher level of care than they do now. And then ultimately that would there would be an ability for cost recovery on those issues. But ultimately the goal for that would be more EMS resources available to our residents. So one of the things that we are looking to change as well is sort of a reinvestment in our city. And so what does that look like? There's when Gold Coast was locally owned and operated, Gold Coast Ambulance, they used to provide a standby ambulance for the Power Boxing tournament. They used to provide ambulances for the Strawberry Festival and those kinds of things. Now there is a fee for that. That's no longer a free service. And so this is where we are looking at this feasibility study to see what our options are and ensure that there is funding there available for us to be able to make improvements in the system. So what we are currently looking at doing is we are working through a feasibility study at the moment to see if we have the ability to provide a high level of service to our residents in a sustainable way. We think there is an ability to to get closer to our goal of having a paramedic on scene in under 5 minutes, 90% of the time. And that's a standard that we believe we should be striving for. And more than that, we think we can innovate the service and the service delivery to our residents, and not just provide a faster response, but actually change some of those service delivery options that we don't currently take advantage of. And so, this pandemic has once again really illustrated the health inequities that exist in our society. And so we think we can really greatly reduce that by reinvesting in our community and using the revenues to come up with better ways to serve our residents. And so for that, the fire department has already established a sole source contract with the consultant AP Trident for this feasibility study. And so today we're asking to amend the contract to add 2 additional phases to this contract. And so the initial contract was for $62,000. That's to value the system and provide some different system design options. And then if that feasibility study shows that we could have a viable system with significant enhancements, then we'd look at implementing the other two amendments, the other 2 phases in this single amendment. And so that would be to potentially do an RFP for an ambulance company contract and an RFP for a billing company to help with the billing. And so it is worth noting that the total cost of this contract is under the threshold for council action, but we thought it was an important topic of significant public interest, which is why we're bringing it to you tonight. And then it's also worth noting that the amendment that we are adding tonight with those 2 additional phases, those RFPs would be written in such a way that the winning bidder for those RFPs would cover the cost of those amendments. And with that, I will happily answer any questions.
Okay, before we go to members of the council with questions, and I know the city manager also would like to make some comments, we do have one speaker, and that's Ray Blattel. Let's go to him first, please.
Hi, Ray. You have 3 minutes on the ambulance item. Please begin.
Thank you very much. Mayor and council members, first of all, I'm not going to repeat what I've already said about this subject at the last Public Safety Committee meeting. If council members and the public wish to read what I had to say, ask the city clerk for a copy of the public's comments, which are part of the meeting record. Also, for tonight's meeting, I've also provided more comments. This agenda item recommends fully funding the AP Trident effort for the remaining 2 phases. The $85,000 phase 2 effort is to provide assistance to create an RFP with evaluation and negotiation assistance for the ambulance provider, and the $10,000 phase 3 is to provide the same assistance to identify a source for ambulance billing services. Reading through the phase 1 feasibility study, it is apparent that the recommended preferred provider of ambulatory services in Oxnard would be the Oxnard Fire Department. If this is the case, what is the city and the taxpayer getting for the $85,000 phase 2 effort? If the Oxnard OFD is AP Trident's preferred provider, where's the need for an RFP? And regarding evaluation support, since AP Trident already thinks OFD should provide the service, what credible or objective evaluations could there be for other candidates? And thus, the $85,000 phase 2 money should be questioned. Also, during the Public Safety Committee meeting, the last one, the fire chief claimed he did not know about Proposition 218. Proposition 218 says, in any case, fees charged may not exceed the cost of providing the service. From Section 6 of Proposition 218 text, subsection number 5, no fee or charge may be imposed for general governmental services, including, but not limited to, police, fire, ambulance, or library services, where the service is available to the public at large in substantially the same manner as it is to property owners. Finally, in the true spirit of full transparency, the $72,000 fee per year for 3 years to AP Triton should be disclosed in the cost data and to the council and the public if OFD is the selected supplier. Is this fee more incentive for AP Triton to arrive at a predetermined conclusion in favor of Oxnard Fire Department? In my opinion, this deal smells. Also, it should be noted that AP Triton leadership are from
30 seconds.
former fire department personnel. So there could be some bias involved here. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much. And okay, let's see here. Why don't we start with the city manager? Mr. City Manager, I don't have any hands raised yet. So Mr. City Manager, do you have a few comments to make? And then Mayor Pro Tem, did you just raise your hand to speak? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, please.
Sally.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, you go ahead.
Okay, well, I do have a few comments, but I'm actually going to ask the city attorney to chime in very quickly about the Prop 218 question.
So as Mr. Blattel noted, he referenced Prop 218 and he quoted the provisions about applicability to fees charged to property owners. So what we're talking about with ambulance service is not a fee charged to property owners as related to their property. It's ambulance service that is charged to anybody that needs an ambulance. It's not based on property ownership.
So, Mr. Mayor, very quickly, I just want to encapsulate this presentation very, very briefly. What we're doing here does represent a potential major policy departure for this city. But what we're doing is looking at the healthcare outcomes. We are looking at the data. We're going to let that drive us. And there's no foregone conclusion that this is going to be fully operated by our fire department. And certainly not by sworn firefighters. What we have to do is get a real handle on what are the possibilities for significantly improving patient outcomes for our residents. And if the current contract and its configuration could transform easily to provide those improvements, we'd be fine with that. This is not something that we're looking to take on for the fun of it. So this is one of those public safety and health issues that is extremely serious, and we're going to approach this seriously and carefully. But the outcome we want is what we believe to be drastically, significantly improved response times, ambulance response times, and we will endeavor to get there in whatever shape and fashion and by whomever can deliver the service the best. That is our ultimate goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I just wanted, I don't want to rehash what I said at Public Safety last week, but it was very disturbing to see the detail of lack of or delayed response to our residents. And also I think the chief's comment that a 49-year contract without a competitive bid, that's also disturbing. And I think we have to do this to make sure that we've done everything we can to make sure our residents get what they need in their most urgent situation, life and death. This is the thing, this is the right thing for our city to do. So I totally support it.
Okay, and let's see, Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will repeat a lot of stuff I said at Public Safety Committee. When you look at the Ventura County EMS Oversight Board, there is one representative from what they refer to as the cities that sits on that board. Now, one would hope that Oxnard, being 25% of the county's entire population, could potentially have a seat on that, but we don't. We don't have a voice on that board. The representative, I believe, is from the city of Ventura. And no disrespect to the city of Ventura, I'm glad that they're there, but I think Oxnard should have a bigger involvement here, and we don't. And I can tell you from the years of working on the streets and working side by side with firefighters and ambulance people and everything else, that when you go to someone who's suffering a heart attack, or you go to an overdose call where we used to call the drug Narcan, but that had to be administered by a paramedic off an ambulance, or someone is suffering a severe life-threatening issue, 8 to 10 minutes is one hell of a long time to wait for someone to get there and do something. Now, the advanced life support system is excellent on the fire department's part, but they don't transport. They simply maintain the people until the transporting unit gets there, which is the ambulance. And again, 8 to 10 minutes is still a long time. And typically, if it's a real severe injury, that response will have to take the person from Oxnard, especially if it's anywhere in Oxnard, to VCMC. The more you're hurt, the farther it is for you to get to a hospital to get the real life-saving treatment. The fire guys, the ambulance people will maintain you, but to really get the full scope of treatment, you need to get to a hospital. That's the important part. Now, they talk about ambulance being subjected to fines if they don't meet the quotas. That's fine. Oxnard doesn't see any of that money. That all goes to the county. We don't get any of that fine money, nor do we have anything to say about it. And to me, a $20 a minute fine that's chicken feed, I think. But it's not about getting money. It's about saving our residents' lives or providing life-saving service to our residents. And we're unable to do that in an efficient manner the way the system's working. And this has been needed for a long time. Oxnard should have had a seat at the table. St. John should have been a trauma center. And none of that happened. And it's kind of like the county is snubbing their nose at us. Not that the county would do that. And I'm not accusing them of snubbing their nose at us, but it seems like sometimes we get disregarded in how we should be treated. I don't like it. I don't like it how it affects my community. I think there are much better ways to do it. I think this has been a long time in coming. And we see this happen over the years. You know, it used to be when you had an opioid overdose that you had to wait for a paramedic to get there from an ambulance company. Now they're issuing kits to people where you can administer Narcan to someone that's had an overdose. And that, to me, is indicative of there's a systemic problem of getting appropriate medical treatment there quickly and efficiently. So we go to the fallback of we provide this training to the community and teach them how to do it because the system has failed them in this type of treatment. I think that really frustrates me. And I can tell you from personal experience that when you're laying on a road, you know, after a motor vehicle accident, or you've got a few extra holes in you from stab marks or cuts or whatever, 8 to 10 minutes is a long time, especially when you're bleeding pretty profusely or you're in a lot of pain. So it's not about dollars and cents or anything else. It's about providing life-saving support to our community, to our citizens, and giving them the care and emergency services that they need. And personally, I don't feel that they're getting what they deserve. Not, you know, I think we can do better as a system. So I will fully support this. I've always fully supported this. And I still think that we should really look back at St. John's being some level of a trauma center, and you know, maybe not the full trauma, but enough trauma treatment where you can get to St. John's, get stabilized, and then if there's a need to have to transfer you to another facility, then fine, so be it. But you should go to the first best equipped hospital, and that, in my book, would be St. John's. So those are my comments, and I will support this 110%.
Thank you very much. Councilman Prillo.
Number one, I support this item on the agenda. For the public, until you get involved more with the city of Oxnard, and you find out that if there's a serious and being very blunt and candid, I don't have a lot of sympathy for drug overdoses, but major heart attacks, car crashes, stabbing, shootings, the things that happen in Oxnard. I mean, you have to go to the furthest hospital to get taken care of. It's in my mind, it's criminal. St. John's is not in the position to take care of us, but we're not talking about St. John's. We're talking about an ambulance contract. The information that was given today, we should have been aware of this years ago. The question from the individual that spoke at public comment, I cannot fault him for questioning, because there have been things that have happened in the past in this city with respect to contracts, a friend of a friend, the assumptions that bad things can happen. I think we can easily address that. I believe that we have staff that can easily address this straight up deal. I do not believe that we're trying to make a kingdom for public safety personnel. We're trying to make it better for the people that get hurt, no matter if you have whatever shade of pigmentation your skin is, whatever size of bank account you have, whatever part of the city of Oxnard you live in, whatever age you are. We're not talking about whether you're citizen, non-citizen. We're talking about getting you help, health, safety, and welfare. The biggest things an elected official is supposed to be accountable for. This is one of them. And it's for people that didn't pay attention. I hope to go back and look at this. The information that was given, if it doesn't open up your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, you've never had the opportunity and the displeasure of having to have an ambulance. Now, I support this. Thank you very much for bringing it to the council.
Thank you very much. I don't have any additional hands raised on this item. Are there any other council members that have questions or would like to speak in any way? Just to double check. Chief Hamilton, I appreciate the presentation, and I want to commend you for your, the depth and your approach to taking what in some instances can be considered a fairly complicated issue and bringing it to at least something that everyone can understand. So I really appreciate that. Chief Hamilton, my question maybe goes beyond this, but it is very specific to this, and that is that most fire departments are the first on the scene. I mean, when I've had instances at my home, I know that many other people that I've known, fire engines are the first responders. They're the first ones to arrive on a scene prior to an ambulance. And it doesn't matter to me whether it's AMR or it doesn't matter what the ambulance company is. It's about response times, and getting those response times, as Councilman McDonald, who is our public safety expert because he's served for decades on the police department. But the goal is the response time and getting the patient to the hospital in the quickest manner. So I don't know if we're tying all this together, but one of the things that I've been very concerned about in the time that I've served on this council is, in fact, the fact that the fire department, the calls for service, that a majority of them are non-fire related. And I don't have all the data in front of me. I just know that they're non-fire related. Up to 70% of all the calls for service are non-fire related. And when we're talking that a lion's share of those 70% of those calls are for medical services, and you've pointed out correctly that the response times, the resources that are being allocated, all of these things are not meeting the needs of the public. And Councilman McDonald hit the nail on the head. He said, it's about response times. It's about getting the services to the members of the public. My question to you is, will this study take a look at the fire department assuming that role? And what implications does that have for the future of fire departments if, in fact, it might be $200,000 to pay for a ambulance, but it's over $1 million for a fire engine? What implications does that have for the fire department? I know it's a very broad question, but I'm hoping you can provide some directions, some answers. And does this contract, will it look into the fire department assuming that role?
Mayor Flynn, thank you so much for the question. I really appreciate it. I will try and I'll boil it down as best I can. The short answer is yes, we will be looking at what we can do to augment our current level of protection provided by the fire department. Obviously, we're well placed for good response times by having 8 strategically located stations through the city. And so that helps us. And one of our goals is to try and arrive on scene in under 5 minutes. But ultimately, there is a case to be argued that we don't need a fire engine responding on every call, and perhaps a paramedic squad and an ambulance can handle some of those calls. And so it does depend a little bit on the nature of the call, but that's one of the things that we will be looking at is how can we what would be the best
losing
the ambulances operated by the fire department with civilian personnel, and then a fire department response as well. One of the things, it often depends on the nature of the medical call, but you're absolutely right, Mayor, in saying that somewhere in the 70% range of our responses are medically related. One thing to keep in mind is if it's a more significant medical call, a CPR call, for example, here in this county, we mandate that we have a minimum of 5 responders to a CPR call. So generally that's covered by an ambulance with 2 personnel and then 3 personnel on a fire engine. That model has served us very well. And in fact, Oxnard enjoys some of the best CPR save rates anywhere in the country. The amount of folks that we successfully resuscitate that actually get to walk and talk out of a hospital at the end, we have some of the best save rates due to that number of personnel showing up to that significant of a call. But one of the things we're looking to come back to council at a future council meeting for council to provide some direction to look at asserting local control, and then we can spend some time developing the best system for our residents.
Thank you, Chief Hamilton. Chief Hamilton, why, generally speaking, just to help me understand this, because I've tried to do a lot of research online, and it just doesn't, seems like I don't get anywhere with doing this research. I mean, why? I mean, I know maybe for smaller fire departments, it's not feasible to take over ambulance services. Talking about this broadly as a topic, I've learned in the research and the reading I've done that, again, it's difficult for smaller departments to assume this role because it's more cost effective and or perhaps response times, which is what we should be really focused on, are the response times that they're not going to get to where we want them to go. So my question to you is, do we have a fire department large enough to assume that role and get those response times down to under 5 minutes or 5 minutes or under for 90% of the calls?
Yes, I think that is possible. And I think that's where, we look at AP Dryden and the system valuation that they're finalizing for us right now will allow us, potentially allow us to use those revenues to invest in more specialty response units. And so the number of engines and trucks that we currently have, we are covering the calls. However, having a more comprehensive paramedic program will radically improve the paramedic getting on scene in a timely manner. So we can get a fire engine or a ladder truck on scene within 5%. Within 5 minutes, about 80% of the time currently. And so, but they don't always have a paramedic on board. And so that's where we need to augment the fire department with further paramedic services, but also there's potentially enough revenue in there to have more ambulances on the road and they would likely be civilian employees, either contracted through a private ambulance company or city employees, just depending on the model that we decide to move forward with. But definitely there is the revenues that the system will produce will allow us to improve those response times and improve the service that we currently provide.
I see. And the last question is, Councilman McDonald enlightened me. I didn't know specifically about this, the board representation on making a lot of these decisions at the county level, and that Ventura serves on that board, yet Oxnard doesn't. How is it that we can possibly, as we proceed with this whole contract and this looking into this more thoroughly, how can Oxnard get a seat at the table?
I think if the city council chooses to assert their local control over ambulance contract and ambulance contract decisions, I think that will give us a much stronger voice in having conversations with the local EMS agency. And so I think that'll be a big step in the right direction for us to improve our representation.
And I'm sorry, just as a follow-up to that, when I think you had inferred or you've stated in the presentation that any kind of attempt to resolve this matter of response times and staffing and it just goes on and on and on we have not been successful at doing that. Who is it that we're negotiating with to try to accomplish that, and how many times have we attempted to try to address this issue with this entity or these entities?
We primarily have these conversations with the local EMS agency. We do have operational level conversations with the ambulance companies as well, but ultimately it's under the purview of the county's EMS agency. And so that's who have had the vast majority of our conversations. That's who we raise our concerns with. Recently retired Chief Base was raising these concerns prior to me taking over in this role. And so we've had a number of these conversations. A lot of it is tied to the fact that the ambulance company is currently meeting their contractual obligations. And so with that, there isn't a lot that can be changed. And so we just want to make sure that we can represent the interests of Oxnard residents before any decision is made about a future ambulance contract.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Hamilton. Thank you for your directness and your honesty. And I'm just hoping that my distinguished colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, when she assumes this new role on the county board, that she will, I know she will, be our advocate, and she'll look into this and get the job done. So I'm encouraged by that also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
What's the pleasure of the council on this item?
Mayor, I'd like to address some comments you made.
Yes, Councilman Perrello.
I will support this item, but Mayor, you went a little bit out there and you start asking the chief to start giving you, answers to questions, which fair questions, but we're going for a study to find out some information. If you keep asking him the questions, maybe there's no need for the study. You got the answers that you wanted. I look at this, Mayor, there's a couple of yes and no questions, real simple, real quick. The council can ask, public asked, and I'd like to ask the interim fire chief. Are we trying to create an extra kingdom for the fire department by increasing the fire department's ability to employ more people? Is that the purpose of this? It's a yes or no question.
Councilmember Perrello, the short answer is no.
Thank you. And I hope you heard that, Mayor. Now, the other issue is health, safety, and welfare is the biggest thing. We're looking to get the best for our residents. Health, safety, and welfare. Response times is a big thing. The data that was given and the waiver of the minutes, Mayor, I know that you had, tragically, we both have had issues with the fire ambulances coming to our homes. The response time is significant, and the outcomes are significant. Along with that, when mentioning that, why didn't Ventura? I asked this when I got a one-on-one a little bit on the update. We got 3 board of supervisors that represent parts of Oxnard. Maybe they didn't know this. Maybe they didn't know this. Long, Bennett, Zaragoza. Maybe they did. I think that's your answer, Mr. Flynn. And Mayor, I thank you, Mitch, for letting me make the comment. And I'll make a motion to support this.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman Perrello and a second by Councilman McDonald. The vote, please.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilman McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. I didn't hear your vote.
Sorry, I'm not speaking loud enough. Aye.
Okay, thank you. The motion to approve carries 7-0.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item, which is item 4, under the Community Development Department. The subject, exclusive negotiating agreements for downtown successor agency owned parcels. The recommendation is that the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency number 1 authorize the executive director or designee to execute agreement number A-8246 with Many Mansions for the parcel located at 538 South Meta Street. And number 2, authorize the executive director or designee to execute agreement number A-8247 with the City Housing Authority for the parcel located at 554 Meta Street and parcel APNs 201-0-272-030, 201-0-272-020, and 201-0-213-130. That the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners authorize the Housing Director to execute agreement number A-8247 with the successor agency for the parcel located at 544 Meta Street and parcel APNs 201-0-272-030 and 201-0-272-020 and 201-0-213-130. This went to the Housing and Economic Development Committee and heard this item on November 10th. And we'll have Adam Smith, the project manager, give a presentation, please. Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Adam Smith, City Manager's Office. Today or tonight here with 2 exclusive negotiating agreements or ENAs for successor agency owned parcels. And tonight represents another gradual step in the wind down of the former redevelopment agency here in the city of Oxnard. So here's the recommendation. As you stated, Mayor, we have 2 agreements. Agreement 8246 between the successor agency and Many Mansions for the parcel at 538 South Meta, and agreement 8247 between the successor agency and the Housing Authority for 544 Meta Street, and then those parcel numbers that are listed there. And I'll go through those parcels as we go through the presentation. So the Oxnard's redevelopment agency was known as the Community Development Commission, or the CDC. It was formed in 1968. And over the decades that the CDC was active, the CDC formed project areas, redeveloped properties, constructed affordable housing projects throughout the city, and just a whole host of other projects over the years, including in downtown Oxnard. However, in February of 2012, the state, in response to the budget crisis occurring at that time, ended redevelopment in California, and which included, of course, the CDC. And what that meant was that the CDC wasn't allowed to enter into any new contracts or commitments or any new projects, which is the dissolution law. And so the CDC had to wind down its activities. Looking at downtown Oxnard, when we look at the economic downturn that came out of the Great Recession, and then coupled with the dissolution law in 2012, redevelopment in downtown Oxnard came to a halt. At the time that redevelopment ended in 2012, staff at that time, through a long-range property management plan, identified 51 successor agency-owned properties that were slated for disposition either through governmental use transfer or sale. And of those 51 properties that were ID'd in 2012, 7 remain. And all 7 are located in downtown Oxnard in the Meta Street area, east of Oxnard Boulevard, and then north and south of 6th Street and north of 7th Street. We're here before you because there is a new law that goes into effect after December 31st, 2020. It's called the Surplus Land Act. And what that basically lays out is any properties that aren't under a type of agreement, like an ENA or a purchase and sale agreement, those properties owned by a local agency like a successor agency are subject to the Surplus Land Act. And what that does, it basically restricts an agency's use of property, which includes an agency can't use its land or property, vacant parcels, for commercial or industrial uses. Oversight of the disposition of those properties shifts to Sacramento through the Department of Housing and Community Development. Agencies have to declare surplus lands in a public meeting and then include them in the housing element and subsequent updates. And then finally, 30% of a property's final land price is imposed as a penalty for any agency that goes against what's laid out in the Surplus Land Act. So in summary, the Act presents significant administrative and policy considerations and challenges, and places these strict procedural requirements on what a city or a local agency like a successor agency can develop on its own properties. The first property that I wanted to talk about tonight is the proposed, concerns the proposed ENA between the successor agency and Many Mansions. It's located right here. Wait, let me go back. Right here where number 1 is. When staff identified those 51 properties at the beginning of the dissolution of redevelopment in that long-range property management plan I spoke about earlier, the value of that property was $28,000. What Many Mansions wants to do, and I'll get to their project in the next slide, is to potentially develop a pocket park right here where number 1 is. Their projects are north and south of the successor agency parcel. The first project, 100% affordable, be 88 units. It's conceptual at this point. It will also include 1,400 square feet of commercial space. And then property number 2, this one's actually a little bit further along. It's actually submitted, 87 units, also 100% affordable, 2,300 square feet of common commercial space. You can see here that the successor agency parcel in green, it really ties the two together. It just makes sense to try to include it in their affordable housing development that they're currently working on. The second ENA that we're proposing is between the successor agency and the Oxnard Housing Authority, and it's for 4 of the 7 properties located in the northeast corner of 6th and Meta, and then on 7th Street across from the Boys and Girls Club. The long-range property management stated value at the time of redevelopment for number 2 here was $37,000, number 3 was $90,000, and then property 6 was $43,000, and 7 was $43,000 as well. Staff is proposing potentially using in lieu affordable housing fees to acquire these properties from the successor agency for an affordable housing project. There are a couple issues with some privately owned parcels that are adjacent to each proposed development, which we'll go over in this slide right here. So the concept for project number 1 would be for some townhomes, affordable housing townhomes. The issue is, smaller issue is this parcel here in yellow is privately owned. Similarly, down in the south of this snapshot here, the second project is we're proposing a 6-story mixed-use affordable housing development. The city owns this parcel here in blue. It's currently a parking lot. The city of Oxnard owns this pink parcel. And then 6 and 7, of course, are the successor agency. And then this yellow strip here is privately owned land. So these two privately owned parcels, they do present a slight challenge, but it's definitely not a hindrance on moving forward. That leaves 2 remaining properties, successor agency properties, that currently don't have any plans for development, and staff at this time are proposing to put these on the open market subject to that Surplus Land Act that I spoke about earlier. So here's a timeline of next steps. So November 17th, that's tonight, we're presenting the ENAs to the successor agency and the Housing Authority for consideration and approval. With that approval, tomorrow we go to the County Oversight Board for their approval. And if we get their approval, then those ENAs are sent over to the State Department of Finance in Sacramento for their review. So any project that the successor agency proposes or any agreement always has to go through 3 channels: the successor agency, the County Oversight Board, and then the State Department of Finance for ultimate approval. And then we have that December 31st, 2020 Surplus Land Act deadline that we want to be cognizant of. And then looking forward to 2021, if we get all 3 approvals, we're looking to present purchase and sale agreements or development and disposition agreements to the successor agency, the Housing Authority, the Oversight Board, and then of course on to the DOF for their final review, which can take up to 100 days. That concludes my presentation. I do want to add one last thing. I said this at committee last week. I just think it bears repeating. I wanted to thank the city team that's been working with me, and that's Ashley Golden, the Assistant City Manager, Amelia Ramirez, Housing Director, and then the Affordable Housing Manager, Elsa Brown. So thank you. And with that, we are open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for the presentation. We have an Adam Smith and an Alexander Hamilton, so we have a lot of historic names here. Sometimes I get them confused. Sorry about that. And we'll go first to the speaker, and that is Pat Brown. Let's call her, please.
While we're waiting, I want to remind you all, we also have a Thomas Paine.
Okay.
I'm still looking for a way to have a presentation that will encompass all 3 of them.
Well, we had 2 tonight.
Hi, Pat. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Yes, this is in my neighborhood. Okay, I live south of this property in the Royal Palms Mobile Home Park, and I've overseen the 3 complexes that the nonprofit organization had, a different nonprofit organization had built, the Villa Solomar on Donlin at Driffle apartments, the apartments on 6th and Meta at that corner, and the condominiums on 7th Street next to the Boys and Girls Club. And I had watched all of those and had a lot to say to the Cabrillo Economic Development that built those 3 properties. in these particular properties, I think that little green belt is a great idea. I hope it's going to be fenced around it so that the homeless people at the homeless shelter across the street on the south side of 6th don't take it over as a sleeping location because some of that property has been used by them if they didn't have room in the home place across the street, they would sleep out there in the weed patches. And before that, in old buildings, and they were catching on fire, and it was a mess. So anyway, this has been going on for years and years and years, and I have tried to force the city into doing this over the years and hinted around very nicely. I haven't pushed and shoved, but I really feel that those properties all, as you showed, all of those need to be developed. One of them could be a nice park, but with the green strip between two of your complexes, that's going to have to be fenced off to keep the homeless out of there, or they'll just take it over. But all developments are supposed to have some money in there for the parks with the city. So they have to have park property if you're going to build that many units. What I would suggest is, even though these places may be trying to pull people in who don't have vehicles, who will use the train and bus system, since it's just up the block from there, and use that would be great, except that won't happen overnight. And we don't have enough parking on the street as it is for the visitors in these complexes that we already have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Sorry about that. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Let's see here.
Mayor, I have a couple questions if there's an opportunity.
I have Councilman Perillo first, and I'll call on you right after that.
Sure.
Councilman Perillo.
I made a mistake and didn't lower my hand. I have no questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman McDonald. Yes, Councilman McDonald.
On the parcel on Meadow Street, between the two housing projects or housing developments, the presentation said the intention was to use that for a small parklet or park area. How do we ensure that the character of that property doesn't change once we dispose of it? Do we tie it to one of the two other lots through a lot merger, or do we cloud the title, or how would we make sure that after we relinquish it and someone else owns it, that they don't change the character of what it's being used for?
Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. Two ways. Number one, it's going to be a condition of approval per the entitlements of the development of the parcel listed as number one and number two. And number two, we're going to deed restrict it to require that it be used in this public purpose for the benefit of the two affordable housing projects listed as number one and number two.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any additional questions by members of the council? Okay, with no further questions, Mr. Smith, I just have one question, and actually it's about the slide with the mini mansions and the two projects that are one submitted, one's a concept, but they're 88 units and 87 units, projects 1 and 2. And I'm wondering, it says 100% affordable. So discuss, I know of many mansions, and many mansions isn't, has done many great projects. Tell me what affordable housing categories are going to be met by both of these projects? Has that been determined yet? And number two is there and can there be a preference for local residents?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually have many mansions available to answer that question.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council.
My name is Luis Hernandez. I'm a project manager with Many Mansions. The targeting for the property at this moment has been determined as 60% AMI, 50% AMI, and 30%. So that's low, very low, and extremely low income. We do have a component for homeless. That's going to be 40% of the project is going to be for homeless at 30% AMI.
So thank you for that information. So when you're talking about 30% of the project, are you talking about both project 1 and project 2?
Correct. There would be of each project.
So are we talking approximately 50 of, just over 150 units, 50, 52, whatever will be just for the homeless?
There would be, it's 35 per, so it's 70 total.
70 units total. And are those going to be, is it any homeless advocate? I know of one individual that was homeless here in the city of Oxnard that actually received housing, I believe, with Many Mansions in Thousand Oaks. So how do we gauge that? Is that going to deal with our homeless problem, which I know is fluid, or how does that work?
Correct. So we are pursuing Section 8 subsidies, and so the referrals would come from the Oxnard Housing Authority, and so
Okay.
at this point, it still has not been completely determined. But in our last project in the city of Oxnard, we were working in conjunction with the Continuum of Care for the county of Ventura for the referral. So, yeah.
And then thank you for your thorough answers. And for the last question is, the housing units that are not for the homeless and at those affordable housing categories, and you said 50-50, the 30 is for the, is that the homeless one? You said 50-50 and 30, I don't know.
It was at 50%, 60%, and 30% AMIs. So
okay.
only the 30s are for the homeless. The rest are just for low income individuals and families.
And then once again, are we working with the housing authority on those units? I mean, is it a case where there's some kind of local preference for any of those, or can that be done?
That really depends on, there's a legality issue there to be answered. So we can certainly look at it, but we really can't promise a preference at this point, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. My only question. And thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it. And I'm looking at the participants here. I don't have any additional hands that are raised. And
Move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. The vote, please.
Councilman McDonald,
Yes.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
The motion to approve carries 7-0. Oh, I'm sorry. The housing commissioners would have been on this item too, but it looks like they didn't join us for this meeting. So yeah, motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now we have a last item, but it's 10:11 p.m. So we need a motion and a second to extend the meeting. What's the pleasure of the council?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman Perello and a second by Councilmember Lopez. The vote, please, to extend the meeting beyond 10.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilman McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay, item 5, under the City Manager Department, contract for on-call internal auditing services. The recommendation is that the City Council award and authorize the mayor to execute a $25,000 contract for on-call internal auditing services with Vasquez and Company LLP. And Sherry Klima is giving the presentation. Ms. Klima.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. So this is the contract for on-call internal auditing services. As you may recall, we did make a recommendation and it did go to Finance and Governance Committee, and that there would be a more comprehensive internal auditing program at the city. However, that is a costly program, and we are still working on identifying the funding for that. In the interim period, we wanted to propose an on-call internal auditing services such that if there is any kind of urgent situation that needs to be looked into, we do have an internal auditor. So this is a contract that we're proposing for $25,000. We did go out for an RFP, and we are recommending that council award and authorize and that the mayor execute the $25,000 contract with Vasquez and Company. And we do have on the line today Roger Martinez. He is the CPA and he's the project manager from Vasquez. He's available to introduce himself and answer questions. So this was the original RFP schedule that was posted in the actual RFP. We did get the submission in September. We reviewed all the proposals. There were presentations. We did have the committee come back and request 3 presentations. We went to Finance and Governance Committee actually last week because we wanted to give the committee more time to review all the proposals and to interview. And then now we're with the City Council. If the City Council approves this recommendation and the contract is executed, then potentially the work could begin tomorrow, but as early as tomorrow. But again, this is on-call work. So this is not, we don't know how much of this will be used. So the process here, we did have on the evaluation committee, there were 4 evaluators. Since the auditors report directly to the City Council, it was critical that there were council members involved in the solicitation, even though this is not typical to other RFP processes. So Councilmember Perello and Councilwoman Basua went through this process with us and participated in the evaluation committee, as well as Assistant CFO Donna Ventura and Controller Tanya Chang, both of whom are CPAs. We did receive 7 proposals. The companies are listed on there. One of the firms was eliminated immediately due to having an incomplete proposal. The remaining 6, the evaluation committee scored all 6 of them and determined that they wanted to bring back 3 firms to interview. Those firms had an opportunity to make a 15-minute presentation and then answer 45 minutes worth of additional questions. Based on this, each of the evaluators scored the 6 complete proposals and the 3 interviews, and the committee recommended that Vasquez be the company is awarded this contract. Vasquez focuses on the government sector. One of our evaluators says that they seem to be balanced between internal control, performance, forensic, and contract audits and external financial audits. The proposed team has a Big 4 background, so they are highly qualified. And their client list in their proposal does include many California cities. They provided a lot of good examples of work done for various agencies. And then the proposed team also offered to train the council on how to read the audits. as an aside, we of course Googled these firms and looked at the sort of basic, did a basic search as anybody can. And when we interviewed Vasquez, we did ask them about the lawsuit that was filed by the County of Los Angeles, and the evaluators were satisfied with the answer that was provided. So we would like to recommend that the council award and authorize the mayor to execute the $25,000 contract for on-call internal auditing services with Vasquez. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have, as well as Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Madam City Clerk, I'm not looking at the speaker list. Is there other speakers on this issue?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's just go through this then. This did go, as was mentioned by Ms. Klima, to the Finance and Governance Committee. And I don't have any raised hands. Are there any questions, just to double check, members of the council?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Council Member Lopez.
Thank you. So just for clarification, Ms. Klima, because this is an on-call a contract for on-call services, and it would be a request of either the full the Finance and Governance Committee or the council. So can you explain what the process would be like for this service to be requested?
Yeah, Councilmember Lopez, basically, if the committee wanted to raise an item, if any of your members or the council members wanted us to bring forth an item before you to consider the audit, you would be considering it at the public meeting. You would be deciding and voting on it. And if you authorize that kind of audit, then we would be proceeding accordingly.
Thank you.
Move the recommended action.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald
Second.
and a second by Councilmember Lopez. The vote, please.
Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Perlo.
Yes.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
The motion to approve carries 7-0.
With no further item, I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and we have a lot to be thankful for. And stay healthy and keep smiling. Have a nice evening.
Night. Bye.
Good night, all.
Thank you, everyone.